morning. While we are waiting for our other guests and friends for this day's international symposium, if you would like to grab the opportunity to capture moments with our new acquaintances and friends, you can actually go and proceed to the photo booth outside the hall. Thank you.
Good morning again, everyone. While waiting for our program to start, you can grab your coffee at the corner. We have a free-flowing coffee at the right side of our venue, so you are free to go there and grab your cup of coffee first before our program starts. Thank you.
Likewise, for those who haven't registered yet for today's session or for today's symposium, we have able staff from the Secretariat to be assisting you with your table assignments. Momentarily, we will be starting the symposium.
Welcome to the APED Philippines International Symposium 2022. The Asia-Pacific Alliance for Disaster Management Philippines is a non-state, non-profit organization that fosters collaboration between humanitarian organizations, CSOs, private sector, and government units in addressing disaster risk reduction and management. This event is supported by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Government of Japan through the Asia-Pacific Alliance for Disaster Management. APAD Philippines present this International Symposium 2022, marking its first year as a newly registered non-government organization and its sixth year since the APAD Philippines National Platform gathered to develop a framework for disaster relief work enhanced by the existence of a pre-agreement and cooperation among different actors. This international symposium will look into the good practices of APAD in becoming pandemic resilient through multi-sector partnerships on disaster risk management and emergency response during the COVID-19 pandemic. We will start in 5 minutes. May request the audience to please switch your cellular phones to silent mode. Please rise for the invocation and please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Sikoy ko kami gihim tolangin. Sikoy ko kami gihim toaldoy bulan. Ikaw ang nabuhat sa kabituunan. Ikaw ang nabuhat sa kalibutan. Manama, mawantod ka. Warag po ko ilingkoy ko. O Diyos, kahibulungan ka. Busa ikaw lang ang simbahon ko.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم اجمع شامل المسلمين والكريستيان والأمة في مدينة دباو وسلم دائما مجتمعنا هذا بالسلم والأمن والتقدم في بلدنا هذا آمين يا رب العالمين ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today to praise and worship you and give you thanks for all the things you continue to provide for ourselves and our families. Father, we humbly ask for forgiveness for all the times we have offended you, when we forget to acknowledge your presence in the image of our brothers and sisters, and for moments we fail to be good stewards of the blessings you have given us. Continue to guide and protect each one of us, Lord, that we may always walk in the light of your everlasting love and mercy. Grant us, Father, with your comfort in times of distress and with your strength in times of weakness. Bestow upon us your unending grace and healing, that we may in turn become instruments of gentleness and compassion to others. We ask all this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, with the prayer and the intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
Manama, mawantog ka. Warag po ko ilingkod ko. O Diyos, kahibulungan ka. Busa ikaw lang ang simbahon ko. Busa ikaw lang ang alagaran ko.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Lily. Mr. Dimson Rivero is a doctor of business administration and has been academia for over 20 years now. As of press time, he is teaching at the College of Business, Economics and Management at Bicol University, Philippines, and lodged at the Management of Bicol University, Philippines, and lodged at the Entrepreneurship Department as an associate professor. He teaches major subjects in the entrepreneurship program, business administration program, and a graduate school. More so, he conducts research and community extension. Ms. Trixie Manalili is the Information Center Manager of Philippine Information Agency Tarlac. Her duties include producing articles, facilitating forums, moderating or hosting press conferences, organizing events, and disseminating relevant information to the grassroots level. She is a graduate of Bachelor of Arts in Communication, cum laude from Tarlac State University, and currently taking up Master of Development Communication at the University of the Philippines Open University.
Lovely and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dimson.
And I am Trixie.
And we will be your hosts for today's International Symposium.
Of course, we are delighted to have you all in this meaningful gathering.
Before we proceed, may we request Sir Eli de Tablan, the security manager of the hotel, to explain to us the emergency and safety procedures of our venue. Sir.
Good morning and welcome to Hotel Jane Manila. I am Eli Ditablan, the safety and security of this hotel. As your safety is our utmost concern, I'm here to give you tips and reminders. Number one, open flame activities are not allowed. Smoking inside the function room is also not allowed. If you wish to smoke, we have a smoking area just between grand staircase and medical clinic. Any activity that will emit smoke is not allowed. It may trigger our smoke detectors and eventually activate our alarm panel. In case of emergency, you'll be hearing an evacuation announcement through our speakers, which are located at every corner of the hotel. What you need to do is do not panic, keep calm, just bring with you those valuable items. Don't use the elevator and proceed to the exit points. Don't forget the main door. Our fire warden staff will assist you all the way to the evacuation area, which is car park located at the back of the hotel. Or it may announce through speakers. In case of earthquake, you will be hearing announcement to do duck, cover, and hold, and evacuation will also be announced when shaking has stopped. For earthquake, our evacuation is at the CCP Cultural Center of the Philippines open ground, just across the Rojas Boulevard. If you need any assistance, just dial 555 or may ask our staff for any concern. Thank you for choosing Hotel Jane Manila. Be safe and have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Sir Ellie. In addition to the security briefing, let us all be reminded of our COVID-19 safety health protocols. Please always wear your mask, practice hand hygiene, and social distancing. Moving forward, we wish to inform everyone that this event is live streamed and some of our partners, volunteers, and colleagues are with us via Zoom. And now, may we invite on stage our distinguished guest, Mr. Gilbert Albero, Mr. Rene Mayley, Dr. Maria Minerva Patawaran Kalimag, and Ms. Yumi Yamada. A round of applause, please. In the meantime, we would like to promote our button pins, which cost 100 pesos. So they are still available on the secretariat table. Proceeds will go to the activities of Human Resource Network. So this is a win-win situation. You get a souvenir and at the same time, you help other people. Thank you.
Thank you, Trixie. I guess we're all settled now.
Our face masks were already sold out, but our button pins are still available. So you can still avail them. Available again on our secretariat table. Thank you. All right. We will now proceed to our program. 6 years ago, our speaker was at this same venue where we are gathered today. Mr. Rene Butch Mayley, along with leaders and partners, formally launched APAD as a national platform in the Philippines on March 3, 2016, here at Gen Hotel. Mr. Meili is the president of the Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation, or PDRF. PDRF is the Philippines' major private sector vehicle and coordinator for disaster resilience. PDRF currently operates the world's national private sector emergency operations center. Since 2016, APAD Philippines and PDRF have worked hand in hand in the delivery of relief aid to communities affected by disasters. More importantly, APAD Philippines and PDRF have pursued MSME resilience through the conduct of business continuity plannings, trainings, and seminars. Ladies and gentlemen, to give us a welcome address, a resounding round of applause, please, for Mr. Rene Butch S. Meili.
The COVID-19 pandemic has been a cruel disease. Many of us have seen our friends and our family members get sick and die. I lost my own mother a year ago today, and I will have to excuse myself briefly after my remarks to attend her one-year death anniversary Zoom Mass. I myself just recovered from COVID a few days ago, but don't worry, I have copies of my negative antigen test with me. I noticed people were staying away from me when I mentioned that. At one point, 70% of MSMEs in the Philippines had closed during the pandemic. As we slowly recover from the effects of the disease, we can look back with pride at the many relief efforts that APAD and others mounted in 2020, 2021, and 2022, despite facing the threat of the disease. We meet today for the first time in over 3 years, attempting to finally make concrete the relationships that bind us together, that make APAD what it is. I remember, as I look out at you, our many activities over the years. I recall visiting Sri Lanka twice and touring by train even to the city of Jaffna, which was the rebel capital. And I remember asking Hash, are you sure it's safe for us to go there? But that was a beautiful trip. We visited Jakarta and New Delhi. I remember our visits to Naga and Cebu to launch the APAD regional platforms there. PDRF has been working closely with APAD in supporting MSMEs through the Resilience Core Group, a public-private sector consortium, and in conducting business continuity training sessions all throughout the pandemic in different parts of the country. Whenever I see APAD gathered together, and all the representatives from the many different countries and the many regions of the Philippines, I am filled with a sense of hope for the future. If we can come together to prepare for and respond to disasters, then surely the world can work its way out of the current situation of war, economic difficulties, and a continuing health emergency from COVID, monkeypox, and other assorted threats. I am fond of quoting someone I admired when I was growing up, Bobby Kennedy, who said, But we can perhaps remember, if only for a time, that those who live with us are our brothers, that they share with us that same short moment of life, that they seek, as we do, nothing but the chance to live out their lives in purpose and happiness, winning what satisfaction and fulfillment they can. If there is one thing that we have learned from the pandemic, it's that we are all connected. Whether we live in Wuhan, Jakarta, or Navotas. Let us face the future together, knowing that we are stronger together, and that together there is nothing that we cannot accomplish.
Thank you so much, Sir Butch. Our well wishes for you and your loving family. About 7 years ago, in September 2015, key business, resilience, and disaster risk management leaders and advocates in Naga City, Bicol region conducted the first ever APOD-sponsored multi-sectoral forum to initiate stakeholder engagement towards realizing the APOD disaster management and emergency relief framework in the Philippines. This APOD, local private sector-led multi-sectoral DRRM collaboration, was piloted in Bicol, later on materialized into the robust partnerships that became the regional platforms that we now have in Ilocos, Bicol, Eastern Visayas, Central Visayas, Davao, and Soxargen. To welcome us all to this event is the person instrumental to the establishment of the local APOD multi-sectoral platforms, and subsequently, the APOD Philippines NGO. He is the president of the Board of Trustees of the Asia-Pacific Alliance for Disaster Management Philippines. He is also currently serving as the chairman of the Board of Directors of Metro Naga Water District, as well as the current president of the Philippine Retailers Association. From 2015 to 2017, he served as the president of the Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Ladies and gentlemen, may we call on the president of APOD Philippines, Mr. Gilbert Albero, for his welcome remarks.
Thank you so much, Dimson, for that very, very kind introduction. And to Miss Trixie, thank you. Sir Butch, so nice to see you again after a long time. To our distinguished guests, Miss Yumi Yamada, Third Secretary of the Embassy of Japan, Dr. Minerva Kalimag, and executive officers of the Philippine Medical Association, Dr. Maria Lourdes Monteverde from the Bao Chamber. I think she's on Zoom right now. To Sir Butch Mailey of the PDRF, the representatives from APAD national platforms, my colleague, Mr. Firzam Hashim of APAD Sri Lanka, Ms. Sinta Kaniwati of APAD Indonesia, Ms. Kauri Niki from APAD Management Office, In Japan, Mr. Jang Lee of APAD Korea, and Ms. Sadia Samad Mu of APAD Bangladesh, who are both via Zoom. My colleagues in APAD Philippines, partners from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, friends, ladies and gentlemen, a very pleasant morning to all of us. Today, in behalf of APAD Philippine team, I welcome you all to this international symposium. This symposium has been the highlight activity of the APAD Philippines since its inception in the year 2015. It has been an effective venue in sharing the best practices of different countries in terms of a multi-sectoral collaborations, as well as the challenges encountered and lessons learned of every countries that APAD exists. But for the last 2 years, this was not done because of all we know, this pandemic, COVID-19. This COVID-19 restricted all our movements. APAD activities, like any other organizations, had been very, very limited. The COVID-19 pandemic has been by far the most disastrous pandemic that the world has experienced in the last 100 years. It really concretely stopped everything. Not to mention the economic and social crisis it resulted in. What makes the situation worse is that the middle of the pandemic, with a surge of cases, devastating typhoons hit the country. But amidst all this, different sectors have responded both independently and collectively, easing the burden of the most affected communities. The multi-sectoral collaboration work has been the most effective and efficient in these situations, especially where resources are scarce and barriers are in the place because of the pandemic. But this will not be possible without the key elements and components for partnerships to effectively work. This year's International Symposium aims to help the local partners and the international community to share the good practices, lessons, and challenges among APAD national platforms on a multi-sectoral collaborations on disaster risk management and emergency response. APAD Japan, Korea, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and the Philippines will be sharing their best practices on multi-stakeholder collaboration on disaster risk management and emergency response during COVID-19 pandemic. With this sharing, we will be able to learn and identify common points that could be helpful in the process of improving the delivery of our emergency response from other countries' experiences. Thank you so much and have a wonderful, fruitful day ahead of us. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Magandang umaga.
Thank you so much, Sir Gilbert. And now, Dimson, I think it's time to highlight, of course, the presence the presence of our delegates?
Definitely. At this point in time, we would like to acknowledge our guests and participants. We have the APAD national platforms and guests, attendees via Zoom conferencing.
First off, we have APAD Bangladesh,
We also have APAD Indonesia,
APAD Japan,
APAD Korea,
APAD Sri Lanka,
University of the Philippines Resilience Institute,
Asian Disaster Preparedness Center,
the OGSAM Philippines,
DRRNet Philippines,
the Trinity University of Asia.
Employers Confederation of the Philippines,
We also have the Department of Trade and Industry,
PhilExport,
Waves for Water,
Albayanihan,
and of course, the Human Resource Volunteer of APAD Philippines in six regions: Ilocos, Bicol, Eastern Visayas, Central Visayas, and Davao region. Welcome to our International Symposium 2022. At this juncture, we will listen to the opening remarks of the Dhaka Community Hospital Trust chairperson, which he founded in 1988 in an effort to bring affordable, high-quality tertiary health care to the unprivileged community throughout Bangladesh. He is also the chairperson of the Community Initiative Society, or the CIS, a community-based organization that supports human rights, social empowerment, disaster risk reduction and management, climate change, and health risk management. In collaboration with APAD and with support from MOFA, CIS is implementing a capacity building project for establishing a multi-sectoral platform for disaster management in Bangladesh. Ladies and gentlemen, laudable applause for the chairperson of APAD and the chairperson of APAD Bangladesh, no other than Dr. Kwazi Kwamruzaman, for the opening remarks.
Good morning and very warm greetings to everyone. Honorable Ambassador, Mr. Koshigawa Kazuhiko, Embassy of Japan, Manila. Asek Josilito Alejandro, IV, from the Office of the Civil Defense. Dr. Minerva Kalimeg, from the Philippine Medical Association. Dr. Ma Lourdes Montivert, from Davao Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Mr. Rini Meli to the Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation, leaders and representatives from national platform from the different parts of Asia Pacific region, APAD member countries and delegates from the different sectors of APAD Philippines national platform led by its president Mr. Gilbert Albaro, representative from business, academic, NGOs, CSOs, government agencies, media, faith-based organizations, and volunteers. My warmest greeting to each one of you, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure and honor to participate in today's International Symposium on Multi-Sector Partnership on Disaster Risk Management and Emergency Response during the COVID-19 pandemic, organized by APAD Philippines. I would like to welcome you all in today's International Symposium. The last 2 years have been indeed the most challenging time, not only for the Philippines, but for the whole world. Each one of us here has learned our own way of surviving the pandemic. It was taught us to go beyond our usual plans in disaster risk management and not only focus our attention on the typical human-induced and natural hazards, but in spirit of the curve that we all had faced during the pandemic, it was the effort of sharing the knowledge, resources, and working together to provide the most immediate support needed by our beneficiaries and to the partners to recover from the economic loss and health crisis. Recently, APAT Bangladesh supported APAT Sri Lanka with emergency medicine, health support and valuable ration packs for the people of Sri Lanka. I appreciate this gesture and friendship and look forward and accept all the humanitarian sector to continue this kind of endeavor in the future. This is really a true strength of an effective network. The Asia Pacific region is battled with different calamities every year. Earthquakes, massive flooding, typhoons, now the pandemic. And it has become a one-time challenge to all of us. But working collectively was proven to be the most effective practice in strengthening the disaster risk management as one complement what is lacking in other resulting in more resources and bigger impacts. And today, we are all gathered here in this venue to share the best practices in the past years of how we are working together, becoming pandemic resilient. While some of us here have been in the field of disaster response, we hope that the sharing of practices of speakers from the Asia Pacific regions would broaden our understanding and knowledge. That there is yet the best equation to become resilient. It may be a good journey to find the best procedure, but the learnings are always just along the way. I now officially inaugurate this International Symposium 2022 with the theme Pandemic Resilient, Multi-Sector Collaboration on Disaster Risk Management and Emergency Response. I thank all the distinguished and honorable guests and participants here today for giving their valuable time and joining us. I also thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Japan, who always extends their kind support for APAT. I thank the organizer of APAT Philippines and participants from home and abroad. I wish you all a very enjoyable and successful international symposium. Thank you so much. Mabuhay.
Surgeon and Caraga region, starting with Surigao Chamber of Commerce and Industry,
Tandag Chamber of Commerce and Industry,
PCCI Eastern Mindanao,
Assumption College of Davao,
Southern Philippines Medical Center,
Philippine College of Occupational Medicine, Mindanao,
Davao del Sur Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Tagum City Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Of course, we have Davao City Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
We also have South Cotabato Medical Society,
Dr. Arturo Pingoy Medical Center,
the Holy Trinity College of General Santos City,
General Santos Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated,
and of course, the South Cotabato Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated. Trixie.
At this time, we are so honored to have the President of the Philippine Medical Association, or PMA. In 2014, fellow physicians voted her to lead them as the 93rd President and the 7th woman President of PMA, or Philippine Medical Association, in its 111th year. She was re-elected as the 97th President of the Philippine Medical Association in its 119th year during the recently concluded PMA election in March 2022. My dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Maria Minerva Kalimag for her keynote speech.
Good morning, everyone. To all the dignitaries here present from governments and the Asia-Pacific Alliance for Disaster Management teams from all national platforms, good morning and a warm welcome from the Philippines. So indeed, the timing of this summit could not have been more appropriate as our country reels from yet another devastating earthquake just a week ago. This multi-stakeholder collaboration on disaster risk management and emergency response to promote disaster resilience comes at the most opportune time. The Philippines is prone to natural disasters, particularly typhoons, floods, landslides, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and tsunamis, lying as it does astride the typhoon belt in the active volcanic region known as the Pacific Ring of Fire. The Philippines, however, also suffers significant human-caused environmental degradation, including loss of agricultural lands, deforestation, soil erosion, air and water pollution, improper disposal of solid and toxic wastes, loss of coral reefs, mismanagement and abuse of coastal resources, human-driven and natural loss of trees, deforestation that affects wildlife, ecosystems, water patterns, and even the climate. As the climate changes, mosquito and tick vectors adapt to new environments, which lead to shifts in the spatial distribution, seasonality, and incidence rates of disease-carrying mosquitoes and ticks as they move to different regions. The incidence of dengue fever, malaria, Zika, and chikungunya has increased throughout the years. We have seen a surge during the last month. The 2015-2016 El Nino triggered disease outbreaks across the globe. Fluctuations in climate variables such as temperature, relative humidity, and changes in precipitation, land surface temperatures, and vegetation created and facilitated conditions for transmission of diseases, resulting in an uptick in reported cases that influence the spread of infectious diseases. Mutating variants and subvariants of COVID-19, other viruses, and antimicrobial resistant bacteria are likewise cause for concern, leading to emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases of pandemic proportions. And in all of this, we note how social inequities exist globally, and we see how the poorest of the poor and most vulnerable people are likely to be the most affected by these environmental disruptions. From ancient times, nature has revealed an interconnected life force to humans in the form of rhythms and patterns and cycles. But as man progressed, we have forgotten the life-giving forces of nature, and instead of protecting it, many chose to exploit it. Last October 13, 2021, during the International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction, Mami Mizuturi, the Special Representative of the Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction and head of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, emphasized the need for a world in crisis to engage in international cooperation. He focused on a topic that has been pushed to the fore by debates raging from the faltering response to planetary emergencies such as the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, the destruction of protective ecosystems, and more. Disasters impact low and middle-income countries disproportionately, particularly in terms of mortality, numbers of people injured, displaced and homeless, economic losses, and damage to critical infrastructure. We cannot eradicate poverty and hunger if we do not step up our investments in disaster risk reduction. International cooperation for developing countries through and capacity building is essential to boost disaster resilience in the face of extreme weather events and other natural and man-made hazards. In fact, I just actually missed being in Abra 11 hours before the earthquake struck. And I would say that I was the first to actually report on the field when in a national television with Noli de Castro, I said, there's an earthquake. And this is something that really strikes us to the core at the most you don't really know when it will all happen. Each year, the International Day for Risk Reduction is focused through the lens of one of the 7 targets of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, which was adopted during the 3rd UN World Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction in Sendai, Japan, March 18, 2015. This year's observance is centered on the Target F, which is enhancing international cooperation to developing countries as they seek to implement their national risk reduction strategies and reduce their disaster losses. While rolling out vaccinations globally is critically important for ending the current pandemic, we also know that we have to inoculate our people worldwide against the infodemic. I am one of 6 in the Philippines who have been certified as infodemic managers. And as of May 30, 2022, of 150 million doses administered in the Philippines, 69 million Filipinos have been fully vaccinated, but this represents only 77% of our target population. We should also address the infodemic that accompanies the pandemic that leads to high vaccine hesitancy in a population with limited health literacy. Let us therefore adopt an open and progressive mindset. You have 2 choices. One is the path of inaction, of glorifying the past, succumbing to partisan politics that model all our issues and thwarting any attempt to move forward. The other is the path of action, of collaborating, innovating, and leading the drive toward productive change. This is a very welcome international forum. The PMA, together with its 119 component societies, 8 specialty divisions, 75 specialty and subspecialty societies, and 45 affiliate societies, join with this most worthy and collaborative undertaking. Good morning and thank you to all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kalimag. Indeed, your compassionate and humanitarian heart created milestone and ripple effects for those who are in need. Trixie.
All right, before we move forward, let us first acknowledge our participants from Central Visayas and Eastern Visayas. First, we have Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Allegiant Regional Care Hospitals, the Philippine Information Agency Region 7.
We also have the Rotary Club Banilad Metro, the Ormoc Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and of course, the Department of Health Eastern Visayas Center for Health Development. Now for the message of support from the Philippine government, we have the Deputy Administrator for Operations of the Office of the Civil Defense and a rank 4 Career Executive Service Officer. He has been working with OCD for more than 20 years. He is a naval reservist with a rank of commander, equivalent to Lieutenant Colonel in the Army. Moreover, he has managed several events and disaster responses since 2009, including the most recent typhoons Rai and Maggie. At present, he is part of the COVID-19 pandemic response operations and manages the task group of resource management and logistics, which supports the National Task Force against COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all listen to the canned message of ASEC Bernardo Rafaelito R. Alejandro IV. A round of applause, please.
Reduction and management from local and international communities, participants, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Our friends from the Asia Pacific Alliance for Disaster Management Philippines, resource speakers of this international forum, partners in disaster risk reduction and management from local and international communities, participants, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to join you today in this international forum that will serve as a platform for different countries to share their best practices and their multi-sectoral partnership on disaster risk management and emergency response during COVID-19 pandemic. Today's discourses and sharings will enable us to look into approaches that help us in overcoming the multifaceted challenges brought by the emergency, disasters, and the COVID-19 pandemic. Our experiences are pushing us further to do better in the business of ensuring the lives and welfare of our respective countrymen. These lessons that we learn are helping us in our continuing work to improve our delivery of essential DRRM services to our respective stakeholders. All of these point to the value of multi-sectoral collaboration to the continuous improvement of our services, especially those provided to our constituents in times of emergency. As we go through discussions of the common points of interest and participating countries, I urge you all to make the most of this learning activity so that we can further strengthen our capacity in disaster risk reduction and management. I thank the organizing team and our resource person for making the time to share their expertise with us, and to all the participants, I look forward to this learning exchange. With that, I wish you all the most fruitful forum. Magandang araw po at mabuhay.
And started her career in the Embassy of Japan in the Philippines last April 2021. Dear collaborators, let us all welcome Third Secretary Ms. Yumi Yamada.
Thank you for introduction. And good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm Mr. Gilbert Albero, President of APAT Philippines, and Dr. Maria Minerva Kalimag, Philippine Medical Association, Dr. Kwasi Kwamurutzaman, Chairperson of APAT, and Mr. Miyahara-san and Neki-san, APAT. And Mr. Rin Meili, President of PDRF, and Ms. Sinta Kanyawati, Country Director of APAT Indonesia, and Mr. Ferzan Hasim, Country Director of APAT Sri Lanka, and Mr. Jang-woo Lee, APAT Korea, and Ms. Sadia Samad Mu, APAT Bangladesh, and Mr. Elmar Lorenzana, Board of Trustees Secretary, APAT Philippines, and And Dr. Maria Rodis Monteverde, President of our Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Good morning. Umaga. And it gives me great pleasure to be here with you all today for the APAT Philippines International Symposium. I extend my sincere gratitude and congratulations to everyone who had made this possible, despite the pandemic that continuously challenges us all. And congratulations on your 10th anniversary. And APAT Philippines are playing huge roles for disaster response in the Philippines. To give a recent example, they conducted a big and prompt response in cooperation with other organizations for the victims of Typhoon Odette last year. We can say that APAT and APAT Philippines are one of the biggest partners of Japan for disaster response. For that, please accept my great appreciation for the continued efforts. With both the Philippines and Japan as island countries in the Pacific Ocean prone to calamities, the principles we share bring us closer together amid challenging situations. Japan has always been a dependable friend and partner to the Philippines, especially during difficult times. While we cannot prevent disasters from happening, we can prepare for them and lessen the harm. This is a crucial point and the main reason that we decided to fund this project with 53,484,563 Japanese yen, with approximately 25 million Philippine pesos, through the ODA scheme, Grant Assistance for Japanese NGO Project. Our shared objective in this regard is to make our nations more disaster resilient. Japan is glad to impart knowledge to you in moving towards achieving this goal. The COVID-19 pandemic is affecting countries all over the world. Nobody can predict when a new pandemic will start, even after this one has passed. Additionally, a pandemic could happen concurrently with a disaster, so we must be prepared. I hope that this symposium will help us build a stronger platform for emergency response. Since 2002, the government of Japan has made contract for 57 projects in the Philippines under the Grant Assistance for Japanese NGO Project. In addition to disaster management, projects for education, peace building, and agriculture were also completed under this ODA scheme. Lastly, we hope that this symposium will be a success, and this project will serve us as another testimony of the long-standing friendship and cooperation between the Philippines and Japan in pursuit of the brighter future. Rest assured of the unwavering commitment of the Embassy of Japan in providing development support to the Philippines. Maraming salamat at mabuhay po kayo. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat as well, Miss Yumi Yamada.
And we really appreciate your commitment to disaster management and emergency response. Before we get any further, we would like also to acknowledge another group of guests and participants from Central Luzon, Bicol region, and Ilocos region.
First off, we have Kilusang.
We also have the PIA Central Luzon.
University of Santo Tomas Legazpi,
Bicol University,
PIA Camarines Sur,
Redemptorist Lawag Mission Community,
Northwestern University,
the Ilocos Training and Regional Medical Center,
and of course, Mariano Marcos Memorial Hospital and Medical Center.
and of course, we also have the Albay Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated.
A round of applause, please. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the awarding of certificates and tokens of appreciation to our seasoned speakers for this year's APAD International Symposium, to be led by Mr. Albero, the President of APAD Philippines, and of course, Ms. Kauri Neki of APAD.
May we also call on stage Ms. Kauri Neki to join the guests for the awarding of certificates. Please allow me to read the citation. Asia Pacific Alliance for Disaster Management Philippines, from the people of Japan. Certificate of Commendation. This certificate is awarded to Dr. Maria Minerva P. Kalimag for sharing her invaluable knowledge and expertise as the guest speaker during the International Symposium 2022 with the theme Pandemic Resilience, Multi-Sector Partnership on Disaster Risk Management and Emergency Response, organized by the Asia Pacific Alliance for Disaster Management Philippines on August 4, 2022 at the Gen Manila by Shangri-La, Rojas Boulevard, Pasay City, Philippines. Signed by the President of APAD PH, Mr. Gilbert N. Albero. Again, another round of applause to our speaker, Dr. Kalimag.
Same certificate is awarded to Miss Yumi Yamada.
Likewise, certificates and tokens of appreciation will be sent to Dr. Kwamruzaman of APAD Bangladesh and to ASEC Alejandro. Trixie?
So at this point, we would like to request a group photo for our distinguished guest. And Ms. Nick, please come up here on stage for another group photo. All right, flash your best smiles, even though we have our face masks.
May I request Mr. Albero and Dr. Kalimag to please remain on stage? At this juncture, may I also request the APOD Philippines OIC ED, Ms. Athea Penaloza, and the PMA Secretary General, Dr. Marian Dobles, to join Mr. Albero and Dr. Kalimag for the MOU signing.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give our ADAP speakers another round of applause, please.
Yes, a well-deserved round of applause.
At this point, We would like to introduce the newest addition to the growing network of APAD partners in the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very proud to introduce the largest medical organization in the country, the Philippine Medical Association.
Since its foundation more than a century ago, the Philippine Medical Association has grown to become the largest umbrella organization of physicians in the country that is recognized not only by regulatory bodies of the government, but also by the international community of medical professionals. Its membership includes physicians in the private and public sectors, duly licensed by the Professional Regulation Commission, and who joined the organization through one of the recognized component societies of the region where he or she belongs. Among the biggest professional organization in the Philippines, it boasts of 40,000 plus active members and 119 component societies and 8 specialty divisions with 94 specialty societies and specialties plus another 39 affiliate societies. With a board of governors representing almost all regions of the country, it seeks to build a strong and solid foundation, preserve the honor and dignity of the profession, and become an active member of the government in improving health conditions in the Philippines. The PMA regards itself as being an outstanding professional organization in medicine as it gives excellent service to its members and to its community. A few of these efforts are the following: benefits in the form of health, disability, and disaster-related benefits, programs such as free dental, medical, and surgical mission, socio-civic projects, and training and continuing development for the professionals. For several years now, the PMA has assured leadership in health-related services here and abroad. It is co-founded the Confederation of Medical Associations in Asia and Oceania, and the Medical Association of the Southeast Asian Nations, and it is registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission as a non-stock and non-profit organization proud of its professional and policy-making roles. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause to the Philippine Medical Association. You may now take your seats, please. On this journey, we will be witnessing the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Philippine Medical Association and APAD Philippines. APAD Philippines and PMA believe that effective health emergency disaster risk management requires the active participation of representatives of stakeholder groups and sectors, both at the local, national, and international levels. An emphasis should be given to prevention, preparedness, and readiness, together with response and recovery to save lives and protect health. Both parties also recognize the need to collaborate to strengthen the cooperation of the private sector, government, and civil society organizations in reducing health risks and consequences of disasters and emergencies. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between APAD Philippines and PMA.
So congratulations, APAD Philippines and PMA. The COVID-19 pandemic made us all realize the urgency of mainstreaming health emergency disaster risk management into our existing programming and alliance building. Towards this goal, APAD Philippines held in June a virtual national medical sector consultation for DRRM. At present, there are at least 24 medical institutions and organizations that are now within APAD Philippines network of partners in 6 regions. Once again, a round of applause please for APAD Philippines and PMA. To our dignitaries, may we request a photo opportunity please? So flash your best smiles po. I think this is a good news for us, the growing family of APAD.
I would like to agree with you, Trixie. This is actually one of the historical moments and milestones for APAD Philippines as they seal partnership with the PMA. I guess we are ready for
the photo opportunity, please. Thank you so much, APAD Philippines and Philippine Medical Association. Along with PMA, we are proud also to introduce some of our medical partners who are here with us today. Please stand up to be recognized. And of course, to our dignitaries, you may now please take your seat. Thank you. So to our other partners here, we have Dr. Jeremy Licodin of Ilocos Training and Regional Medical Center. Hello, Doc. We also have Dr. Romel Rasos of Mariano Marcos Memorial Hospital and Medical Center. Dean Athena Masip of University of Santo Tomas Legazpi College of Health Sciences. Attorney Clifford Rivera of Allegiant Regional Care Hospitals. Dr. Mark Stephen Kapungkol of Department of Health, Eastern Visayas Center for Health Development. Dr. Benedict Valdez of Southern Philippines Medevent Center Association Incorporated. Dr. Annalisa Lanuza of the Philippine College of Occupational Medicine, Mindanao. Dr. Jerome Napoles of South Cotabato Medical Society. Dr. Nanette Franco of Dr. Arturo Pingoy Medical Center. And of course, Dr. Mirasol Chu of Davao Doctors Hospital. Thank you all. APAD looks forward to a meaningful partnership with you.
Okay, and now at this point of time, we will have photo opportunities by batch to be facilitated by our official photographer. Our first batch would be the PMA BOT and the APAD PH BOT with the PDRF, EOJ, and DRRMC plus the APAD International. So may we request all the dignitaries of APAD to please proceed on stage, so we will have an opportunity for you to capture moments with the colleagues. Again, may I call on the PMA BOT and APAD PH BOT, the PDRF, the EOJ, the NDRR MC, plus the APAD International. Then later on, after the first batch, we will also be having a second batch of photo opportunities with all the delegates. All you need to do is just to stay in your table. We will ask you to stand up for the moment. Then the photographer, the official photographer, will actually take photo on stage with us. So this is the first batch. Malubay. Okay, may we request steps, I guess, as instructed by our official photographer, because we would like to capture you in one frame. So again, perfect, sir, ma'am. I guess we're good. Okay, compress.
Compress.
Yeah, compress to the
Compress,
middle.
but still observe the social distancing.
Yeah. Because our official photographer would like to put all of us together in one frame. Okay, so ma'am, you may sit actually, Dr. Kalimag. Perfect, ma'am. I'll join you. Bye. Yeah. Are we good now? Are we together in one frame? All good? Okay, wear your best. Ma'am Tessa, wait. Ma'am Tessa. Wear your best smile, Sir Cedric. One more. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you very much. You may now go back to your seats and enjoy the rest of the day.
Yes, and we would like to request all presenters from Japan, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and the Philippines to please come up here on stage for the next segment of our program.
Exactly, Trixie, because on our second part of the International Symposium, we will be hearing a lot of the best practices that you can actually benchmark on from the different APAD countries. I guess we are now all set for the second
we are
part of the
ready.
symposium. Again, may we call on stage?
We would like to request the presence of our presenters from Japan, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and the Philippines here on stage for our next segment. Thank you.
For all your technical preparations, you may coordinate with our technical team. At the right side of the stage, if you're facing the stage, so that you will be assisted all throughout your presentations.
Yes, and while our presenters are preparing, we would like to again promote the button pins.
Yes,
Which
exactly.
cost 100 pesos there at our secretariat table.
Actually, Trixie, a lot of them were asking me earlier ago if we still have like the face mask, but we are so
it's
sorry.
sold out.
Sold out. But no worries, we will be providing you some details how you can avail of our face mask. That's only actually for 100 pesos, and you're able to help
The activities of the Human Resource Network.
Exactly. I guess we are all set. Are we good now? Perfect. Okay, one of the highlights of the APAD International Symposium is the presentation of best practices from the 6 different countries. We have Japan, South Korea, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and of course, the Philippines on multi-stakeholder collaboration on disaster risk management and emergency response during the COVID-19 pandemic.
I agree with you, Dimson. So at this juncture, we will have the presentation on APAD Japan Civic Force in the light of the disaster relief activities under the COVID-19 pandemic. She has worked at Peace Winds Japan as a program coordinator assigned in Afghanistan, Iraq, and other countries from 2001 to 2009. Having worked with UN agencies and private enterprises, she was actively engaged in establishing Civic Force in 2009, which is a platform to respond in collaboration with the private sector to provide effective support to disasters in Japan. Please help me welcome the chairperson of Civic Force and the director and head of management office of APAD Japan, Ms. Kaori Neki. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for your support to APAD Philippines and all of you here today. In particular, I would like to thank the Embassy of Japan and our partner organization PDRF and chambers and respective medical associates. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of the staff of APAD Philippines for your daily work, which I have always respected. Everyone here, very good morning. It is an honor to be here today to present about APAD challenges on behalf of the management office and also as APAD Japanese members, Civic Force. We introduce our challenges in Japan under COVID era. Before going into the topic, pandemic resilience, let me start with how we start with APAD. Can we go to the slide? Yeah? Yes, please. Yes, please go on the page. Next. APAD start with the Great Eastern Japan earthquake. In the event of the major disaster, there was a tendency in Japan to believe that the government is primarily responsible for emergency and construction assistance. We all believed so until the Great Eastern Japan earthquake in 2011. The entire local government office in the disaster area was swept away by the tsunami. Even if it was not swept away, many officials died or missing and unable to function as is used to. You may be easily imagine that how we were panicked. Relief supplies and support services were brought from the private sectors to the affected areas with a huge amount. NGOs, volunteers were responsible for removing rubble and providing support services at emergency shelters. Medical and psychological care experts gathered one after another. A lot of support has been gathered from all over the country, even from overseas. The more support gathered, the more collaboration or coordination was needed. The part of the private coordination body was civic force. While coordinating the private sector and NGO sectors, we worked functionally with the government. With only civic force, we delivered support from more than 800 companies at that time. This experience led to the current EPAD. Next. Yes. Immediately after the Great Eastern Japan earthquake, our colleagues in Indonesia, Philippines, Sri Lanka, South Korea, and Bangladesh jointly encouraged us. Backed by that power, we officially declared launch of EPAD at the Asian Ministerial Disaster Prevention meeting held in Indonesia the following year, it was 2012. EPAD is Transnational Disaster Aid Alliance for saving more life with less time. Pre-agreement among government, private sector, and NGOs, we will make it possible for us to act more efficient, effective to deliver the disaster to the need. EPAD has two layers, a country or regional platform and Asia-Pacific region-wide platform. The one with the future of the EPAD is effective mutual help mechanism among national platforms. Let me introduce some of our experience in cross-border disaster responses in the past. Please, next. Yeah, this is the Nepal earthquake in 2015. Dispatched the coordinators from EPAD Sri Lanka, Japan dispatched medical team from EPAD Bangladesh, dispatched search and rescue team from EPAD Japan. We chartered helicopters and conducted search and rescue operation, mobile hospital, and emergency supplies contribution. It was the very first formulation of emergency international team. The next is the August 2018, the magnitude 6.9 earthquake occurred in northern Lombok Island in Indonesia. Rescue doctor from Japan and medical team from Taiwan joined EPAD member. EPAD Indonesia has continued to support recovery and is still in the disaster prevention program. The next is from here is this year's response. Yep. Tsunami caused by the eruption of the volcano in Tonga in February. Due to the influence of COVID, we couldn't dispatch staff to the ground, so we went to Fiji on the private flight from Japan and transported goods, generators, high-pressure washers by planes and ships from Fiji. This operation would not be happen without the support of EPAD network. EPAD support included handling support at the airport throughout the Philippines and Indonesia, as well as information gathering and logistic support by local organizations in Fiji. Next is Ukraine response. EPAD does not limit disaster to the natural disaster. Infection disease and man-made disaster are also defined as disaster. However, given that donor funding is limited to Asia-Pacific region, Our support to Glenn is limited support by the partner organization at the moment. This photo was taken when Mr. Onishi is CEO of APAT visited Glenn. In this way, APAT utilizes the platform to respond to emergencies. In the event of major disaster, the management office takes the lead in coordinating assistance to maximize the impact. The next stage is the challenge to launch an international parliament forum for APAT, which we have been working on since 2015, and have held meetings with parliament members from different countries. We recognize the importance of this approach and will continue to hold such events. Next. Needless to say, disasters are increasing, becoming massive and more severe. As shown in this table, the number of disasters doubled since the 1980s. The next similar trend in Japan. Next, thank you. This is the table of number of the disasters and total amount of damages in past 50 years. Obviously, there is an increase. The next is the civic force started practically at the Great Eastern Japan earthquake in 2011. At the table shows, you can see that disasters have been occurred every year. We are so busy working every year. Yes. Next, Japan is an island country like Philippines. Therefore, the airplanes and the helicopters are necessary. The rescue team and the hospital work together to form a joint team and held the aircraft launch ceremony in Saga Prefecture, located in the south of Japan. Next page, please. Thank you. Yes, this is it. And the next page, here is the picture of the helicopters that we can use. The next. This photo was taken when we provided the hospital with the masks that we had stockpiled. And then also the trailers to the clinic. We continued their activities for more than years. Next. Yes, this is SEMA, the Social Emergency Management Alliance. When the natural disaster occurs, distribution is key to supplying the essential items where they were needed. Consider the problems that need to be overcome. Disruption of transportation system, the burden on local governments of apporting stockpiled emergency supplies, and the mismatching between the victim needs and the available supplies. So thankfully, the creation of framework to deal with their problems has been put on the fast track. Logistics is essential part of the infrastructure. Many companies participate in SEMA. Cooperation with this network is becoming increasingly important. We would like to show you the part of the Japanese government introductory video. It's very short one. This is the introduction to challenge we taking together with Yahoo, the largest internet service company in Japan, which is SEMA. Can you go to the video?
Delivering relief goods to disaster-affected areas is crucial for restoration. The public and private sectors cooperate to deliver necessary goods even to the remotest locations. Delivering relief goods to disaster-affected areas is crucial for restoration. The public and private sectors cooperate to deliver necessary goods even to the remotest locations. New support initiatives have also been started by private corporations and CSOs.
自然災害が発生した時に物資であるとかサービスをワンストップで届ける日本初の民間主導の緊急災害対応アライアンス SIMA というものが立ち上がりました。現在は企業で51社 CSO で6団体
51 corporations joining.
現場のニーズに基づいて加盟している企業が必要なタイミングで必要な物資を必要な場所に届ける行政の負担軽減と被災地の一日も早い復興を目指します。
Comprehensive distribution services with private alliances support Japan's resilience.
Thank you. In the end, I'd like to introduce one more thing for the good links coordination function being digitized in Japan to respond to more severe disasters. In the past 2 years, we all have suffered from pandemic. Under the pandemic, people interaction was restricted. The infections spread due to the movement of people. However, in terms of disaster response, if people don't move, support will stop. The question on the ground was whether priority should be given to assisting victims or preventing infection disease. We have came up with a way to realize both. We have developed a digital platform that matches relief supplies online and delivers them to the affected areas. Microsoft Japan is providing technical support. The mechanism of EPAD was born from the field. It wasn't made by someone. Someone is not always in the center. Everyone can participate and everyone plays leading role. And it's a mechanism that works only after everyone participates. It's a platform that can be customized and created in each country or region. Platforms have been created in each country to suit every environment. My colleagues in each country will introduce them to you after this. Of course, in the Philippines, you have achieved a number of succeeded models with the cooperation of many stakeholders sitting together today. Thank you very much, and then I hand it over to my mascot, my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kaori Neki, the chairperson of Civic Force and the director of Head of Management Office of APAD Japan. Thank you for sharing your country's notable, inspiring, and impactful initiatives on disaster risk management and emergency response.
Okay, now moving on, we have another presentation from APAD Korea in the milieu of fund generation practices during the pandemic to support other country members. Our next presenter was born in Daegu, Korea, and earned his bachelor's degree in law from Sungkwan University in Seoul. He joined Asia Pacific Alliance for Disaster Management in 2012 to conduct relief operations in disaster-affected areas in Japan. Since 2011, he has been engaged in relief activities in over 8 countries for refugees, IDPs, disaster victims, and vulnerable populations. Ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, please help me welcome via Zoom conferencing, Mr. Jangwoo Lee.
I'm honored to be invited this great symposium as a representative of APAC Korea. 2013, I was in Philippines to respond to Typhoon Yolanda. I believe all of you remember this disaster. At the time, I was not very experienced, but I was supported so much by great and experienced humanitarian workers in Philippines. This experience makes me work for NGOs until now. So I personally very appreciated to all the Philippines humanitarian workers. Okay, now I would like to share my presentation. Okay. Now, I'd like to share my best practice of collaboration between civil society and business sector in Korea to respond disaster. Let me show you one video for responding 2019 Great Wildfire in Korea.
잠시 후 우회전입니다. 이어서 좌회전입니다.
이게 기부해 주신 게 있어서 저희가 물건을 지금 살 수 있는 거니까 기부금 이제 숫자를 보면서 저희가 그만큼 조달하고 사고 있거든요. 그래서 기부를 앞으로도 해주시는 만큼 더 사가지고 계속 이제 앞으로 한 달 정도 계속 활동을 할 거라서 적어도 그걸 계속 진행을 하려고 합니다.
Yeah, at that time we supported by Airbnb so that we can support some displaced people to Airbnb homes. This is quite unique story in Korea because in Korea there are not many disasters happen. So every year no one prepare for disaster, especially in civil sector and private sector. So at that time we need some support from company. So we contact with Airbnb. They donate some resources, and also they open their facility like Airbnb houses. This Airbnb Open Homes program support more than 100 people. Most of people, they don't have enough facility to stay. So we just contact with Airbnb and we arrange all the process between Airbnb homes and the people affected by disaster. This video also very meaningful for Airbnb because we made these videos and send it to the Airbnb homes and Airbnb staff so that they feel they are doing something for the disaster affected people. Okay. Yeah, this is the 2019 wildfire in Korea. Usually wildfire happen in the mountainside, but this time very unique. This wildfire come to the city. So this city, Sokcho, there is a population is more than 100,000 people. So many people are affected by these wildfires. At the time, APAC Korea team actually failed to rearrange non-food items. This much of items, actually much more than these items. So there was too much non-food items, and we need to provide these relief items to survivors properly. Although, but we cannot, because we just 5 or 6 people. We cannot distribute all these non-food items. So this time is I actually failed. I feel failed, and I learned from this. We need the humanitarian resource, human resource, and capacity of private sectors. So after this 2009. Let me experience something. So after this 2019 wildfire, we are coordinating with the business sector more closely, even at the field level, and having a detailed MOU with the private sectors for better coordination. I would like this video is an operation with Beautiful Stores Company. It is not a global chain company, but they have a strong network in Korea nationally. From the lesson learned from 2019, Great Wildfire in Korea, from the first dispatch, our team, and from the first scratch of this disaster response, we decided to work with Beautiful Store Company and staff in the field. So all the staffs from Beautiful Company support us a lot. That we at that time our staffs only just 2 or 3 staffs, but all the other volunteers and Beautiful Store staffs making this box and provide the items to the disaster affected people directly. And also they clean the houses also. So this was so effective for us also. And we distribute some Beautiful Store box. This box we provide to the survivors from the packaging process operated by Beautiful Stores, and it was great. Yeah, at the time, the damage was 180 million US dollar by the flood, this flood. There were more than 20,000 displaced people. So when we arrived at the field, this packaging process with a Beautiful Store and delivered by Hanaru Mart, which is one of the biggest supermarket chains in Korea. So we can provide a lot of non-food items to survivors. And basically in the field, APA staff just reorganized the capacity of business sector and did coordination only. After the response with these visuality reports, not only beneficiaries appreciate about it, but also donors and their staff, Beautiful Store staffs appreciate a lot when we provide this video to the private companies. Okay. Okay, I have one more. It's the last one. And also another flood. It was 2020. So another example, working with iConsumer Cooperative. We call iCo, the biggest cooperatives in Korea and nationwide logistics they have. This flood, another flood, the store was 400, 500, and more than 7,000 people lost their house. Cooperative provide volunteers and non-food items like this, even cookies. And And also they open their facilities to survivors. This facility also actually filmed in their ICOOP facility. So they provide a free meal in their restaurant and public bath and so on. But these things have to be reorganized and coordinated by APAD. ICOOP itself, they can't to organize those things because they don't have enough experience about to support these people.
실제로 수재민들이 필요한 게 씻는 거하고 또 잘 먹어야
Yeah.
그만큼 일을 또 할 수 있는 거잖아요.
So
좀 힘을 많이 냈으면 좋겠어요.
My conclusion is that the private sector have great capacity, but someone should coordination in the field level. And I believe APAD can do this. And there are some other coordinates. Actually, this is COVID-19. During COVID-19, ICOOP Cooperative also provide this lunchbox to the older children who are affected by this COVID-19. And some examples, most of global and domestic companies with offline business in Korea suffered by COVID-19. But result was that the social contribution of most global companies and the private sector increased in 2020. Later, I believe CSR of the private sector keeps stronger and has more impacts on society. I think this trend will continue in the future. This picture is the Samsung display made this safe in lane water system, and they work for Myanmar. Also, it's Korean bank. It's Myanmar, and also Bangladesh. The Samsung also support for Bangladesh also. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you so much, Sir Jang Woo, for your inspiring, touching, and presentation. And thank you also for your generous act of providing relief operations during the Typhoon Yolanda. And the whole world witnessed how devastated our country was. So to you, sir, thank you very much, and manifold blessings will come along your way.
All right. A round of applause, please, for APAD Korea. And now for our next presenter. She has engaged in the humanitarian field since early 2010, bringing a private sector perspective. She was a former director of sustainability and head of Unilever Indonesia Foundation from 2007 to 2019. She also served as Secretary General of Indonesia Global Compact Networks from 2010 to 2019. Indonesia, in the context of private sector involvement in strengthening disaster resilience and economic recovery amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, that will be presented by no less than the country director of APAD Indonesia, Ms. Sinta Kanyawati. A round of applause, please.
Thank you. A very good morning. I think we can still have the morning spirit. I know it's a long day, it's gonna be, but I hope everybody here in the room and those who are actually joining in Zoom online, thank you so much. And it is such a great honor for me on behalf of APAD Indonesia to be here. So let me say my deep appreciation to APAD Philippines. Of course, the chair and the board of APAD Philippines who are here. I haven't got a chance to say hello to everybody, but I hope by the end of today we're going to meet. And also, of course, the executive director and all the APAD Philippines staff who made all this event possible. Chikay and team, again, congratulations. And of course, I witnessed a very important MOU with the Philippines Medical Association that actually inspired me to bring home to do actually the same. So wish me luck on that one. And of course, the representative of the Chamber of Commerce, representative and volunteers of humanitarian communities as APAT Philippines, partners from 6 regions of the Philippines. Welcome, and it's really a great honor. I think since last night, I see all the energy are there. So really looking and wish for the best for the APAT Philippines here. And of course, my APAT international colleagues who are present today, Ms. Neki and also Mr. Hashim, and those who are joining online. Ladies and gentlemen, actually APAT has a very close tie and historic moment because it was founded and established in Yogyakarta during MCDRR in 2012. So now we have already reaching the 10 years journey, and it is actually not possible without all the contribution and the participation of many organizations, multi-stakeholders, and volunteers. And allow me to share a little bit about APAT Indonesia and the activities since 2020, right? When we actually have the pandemic and until today. I think one thing about APAT that I can say to all of you is that we remain resilient because until now, well, the pandemic is there, is something really concerning us all, but we as a humanitarian organization, we need to ensure that we are delivering our vision and mission. So next, okay, so this is APAT Indonesia team when we had basically the workshop in one of the beautiful island of Lombok. So it's next to Bali. Next. All right, so we have actually also the APAT Indonesia board comprises not only representative from civil society, but also from academician, former government officials, senior government official, as well as the private sectors. So we have actually also, like APAT Philippines, have many organization partners collaborating with us to ensure that we are able to deliver our mission in saving more lives. Next. So, I think the vision is there. I think I said it already. So next. Okay. So this is the spread of our operation. So Indonesia is actually a vast country from east to west. It's just like the equivalent of the whole United States. So it's about 5,000 kilometers width, and it took you about probably 12 hours to fly from one end to another end. And specifically for APAT Indonesia, we're focusing on the two areas, which is West Nusa Tenggara and Bali. West Nusa Tenggara is a Lombok island next to Bali, and this is an area of focus for APAT Indonesia, specifically on tourism resilience. But apart from that project that we are actually working together with the community, we're also, of course, performing disaster resilience as well as response in other parts of Indonesia. Currently, we have over 35 organizations working with us. Up to 2022, it's actually a bit more. And the direct beneficiary of 10,000 plus. And with activities up to now, it's about 60s. Next. So just a highlight from Indonesia. So Indonesia, like many of countries in Asia Pacific, we are basically prone to disasters. So in average, actually, always about 3,500 to 4,000 disasters happen annually. Yeah, so this actually happens across the country, starting from the East Sumatra Island, Java, also Kalimantan, towards the east of the Papua. And we also facing a bit of a challenge and struggle in facing COVID. I think COVID surge now is already the 5th wave, and we don't know whether probably 6 or 7 coming. We have to live with COVID. But I think what we can do as the organization is how we can build resilience, not only individually in home environment as well as the society at large. So we have actually until now quite effective COVID management by the government. So actually going from the national level up to the local level. So it's all work together hand in hand between government, civil society organization like APAT, as well as the academician and private sector. Next. Right, so the disaster is actually, apart from COVID, of course, we have earthquakes, we have flood and landslide, a lot of it. We have eruption, because we have actually from Sumatra Island goes to the east, it's just an array of volcano. And this is it's quite common for every day we see there is basically a volcano eruption or activity in one country to another. We have, of course, the recent event of the liquefaction. This is one of the biggest disaster actually happened in the Sulawesi Island. It's really in the middle, and it's actually causing a lot of hundreds of lives because of that. And of course, the latest one is actually the Semeru crater disaster. So this actually bringing impact not only social and of life, but recession. That also bring also a job loss of almost 1.8 million people, and 2.8 million people are actually now fall under poverty line. And this is, of course, something which is becoming a big concern and a challenge for us in Indonesia, how to actually rise back and becoming more resilient toward disaster. Next. So this is just a reflection of some social economic impact in Indonesia, and we're focusing on Indonesian tourism because tourism actually contributed the second largest contribution to the national economy. And because of this COVID, actually has brought down the $7 billion due to all this job loss, recession, some are also lives. It's all really sad. And this Indonesia, of course, if you see on the chart on the left, is actually other country, including those in the Asia-Pacific region. And for that, the government, including all the stakeholders in Indonesia, are really committed to start making an attempt to recover this. Because when we actually help the tourism, we also help the entire economy of Indonesia. Next. So I touch upon a little bit on this one. From some of you are probably aware and familiar with Sustainable Development Goals, because as Madam Chair from the PMA, that of course our effort in humanitarian cannot be done unless we actually do take care of disaster risk reduction as well as response, and to be able to attain the SDG goals. So this is just a glance of the Sendai framework. We are all, most of us here working in humanitarian, we are working how to actually mitigate the disaster, how to deliver response in an effective way, but without realizing what we do is actually closely related to the SDG. So many of my colleagues, I used to be in private sectors for 29 years, not many of them are actually fully aware that SDG are related to their business, and it is actually related to disaster risk reduction as well as management as a whole. So in specific, in Indonesia, we're basically focusing on the tourism resilience. We would actually focus on the multi-stakeholder establishment as a hub also strengthen the capacity of information. One thing that we know from COVID, that information sharing database is so crucial, because without reliable data and information, it is impossible for us to deliver an effective emergency response or further recovery and also rehabilitation. And lastly is, of course, enhanced collaboration amongst private sectors, because we know that private sector has a lot of capacity, expertise, as well as network with their programs, with their business throughout the country. And I'm sure it is also indeed the same thing here in the Philippines as well as the rest of the Asia Pacific countries. So what we have done in Indonesia is one thing which is very initial from the very beginning when the disaster struck, is trying to build a capacity on damage and loss assessment. This is so crucial for us to be able to have a comprehensive information before defining effective response. Currently, there are so many, in Indonesia at least, references, either UN, either certain government officials, including the CSO. So when deployment of relief happened, everybody has their own standards. So this is some things that we would actually think and able to contribute as APAT to have more standardized and common data assessment for us all to be able to deliver more concerted effort and holistic manner in the field. The other part that I mentioned earlier on is on information management. We actually built one of the big pillars on knowledge management. This is the forum that we actually do since 2021. It's the Disaster Resilience Outlook Forum. It's bringing all expertise as well as knowledge from multi-stakeholders. So it is not only the civil society who are working in humanitarian, but we're also bringing academicians, we're bringing governments, we're bringing private sectors to actually share what they have experienced and how they foresee that mitigating disasters in the future, it is actually can be done in a collective manner. And then this will actually continue in 2022. We started with the Private Sector Leaders Forum at the big event of a global platform of disaster risk reduction in Bali, in which we actually committed to work together, and there is a put on a declaration how we can actually reduce risk to disasters. And recently is the webinar 2 is already happening. It's more focusing on an area of tourism, which is aligned with what we have set in APAT Indonesia. And the next one coming up in the end of August, how we're actually bringing a specific initiative where Indonesia actually have currently over 3,500 tourism village that we want them to be also resilient towards disaster. And we do hope the learning that we had in Indonesia will also be able to share and implement it to the rest of Asia Pacific region. So the knowledge management, it's also happening not only in forum, but also on the dialogue forum on the, we call it disasterchannel.co. So it is a website which is supported by APAT, where we gather also scientists and bringing all the latest research, latest feasibility studies on how we can improve the capacity on disaster resilience as well as effective response and recovery. The next one, sorry, I think we have to a bit, okay, I'm sorry. Next. And next, okay. Okay, this is the forum. Yep, okay, we're there. Next. Okay, so this is the knowledge management platform forum that we are actually working on. So we are supported by disasterchannel.co. You can actually Googling that and then go into their website. Next. Okay, so this is an area where we want to build the community-based resilience, because we know when it comes to disaster, the one who will be affected and able to respond quickly is the local community. The local community are the one to respond, even though we know that the national government is there to support. So with that, we are actually working hand in hand with the communities in Bali province and Lombok or West Nusa Tenggara to be able to build their capacity, having a more resilience towards disaster. So we have put again a specific topic on tourism, which is applying into hotels and resort. We have actually seen a lot of like hotel, Gen Hotel, they have safety and health standards, but something which is not yet established in many of the hotels and resort is actually disaster standards. So this is something that APAT introduced, and now he's already been adopted in Bali and Lombok. And we do hope that this will also becoming a national standard that can be used as tourism industry. Next. So the strengthening tourism sector is actually working within this concept. So there is not only about the building or infrastructure, it's a concrete structure or building like we're in right now, but also a system and also the management, the one who's actually running it. And this actually involving the community participation, multi-stakeholders, whether that's private sector, civil society, as well as, of course, the rest of the community in that respect, and also involving the risk analysis. The DALA part of initiative that we do earlier on is pretty much implemented into the whole disaster safety certification framework for hotels. Next. Okay, so what we learned from that. So this is just a couple of bullet points. One is actually a common purpose of key stakeholders in tourism to sustain social and economic environment impact, which of course will attain sustainable business for the hotels in the longer term. Collaboration and synergy are among stakeholders within tourism ecosystem. It is definitely critical. Also leveraging, synchronizing, and optimizing the existing standards for health and safety measures with disaster element. And then train the trainers and form champion from the local community as well as each hotel. It's actually really important to instill the knowledge. Next. So we do hope with that effort, we are able to actually saving more lives. And apart from like many other of APAT in Asia Pacific, we're also performing disaster relief operation on many of the disasters happen in Indonesia, together with the support of private sectors. Next. So the symposium that we are currently in is also happened in Indonesia, and we're very grateful because the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Japan also supporting this, and this is an opportunity for many of the APAT international network to also share their best practice. Next. Okay, one thing which is actually important, I'm actually sitting next to the lady from the Ministry of, I think, Information. For me, of course, in Indonesia, it is not only about how to tackle the disaster, but how you actually share what happens and what lesson that we can learn from the disaster. So on the next event of disaster, we are coming more prepared. And this, of course, we need to optimize the use of conventional media as well as social media. And I hope we also can do that here. I'm sure you're taking care very well. Last but not least, I think we're coming to this, is actually the partnership and collaboration model. In Indonesia, we call it the pentahelix. So there's 5 elements of collaboration within this on the disaster management as well as risk reduction, where APAD is able to participate and becoming a hub. So all sectors on the civil society organization, government, private sectors, as well as academician and media, I think we can hand in hand work together on this. Next. So a quick round of lesson from Indonesia. I think if we want to have a safer country, I think we have to dream big, because we want to basically save every single possible of life in the country. With that, we cannot do it alone. We have to do a collaboration, hand in hand, to be able to create bigger impact. So with this effective DRR and response, we can actually address and attain the Sustainable Development Goals to reduce poverty, bringing more resilient cities, and also increasing more adaptation and capacity for climate. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and hope that we can actually learn further from the other delegates. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sinta Kanyawati from APAD Indonesia. Thank you, ma'am, for highlighting APAD Indonesia's efforts in building environmental and societal resiliency. And of course, for putting premium on tourism resilience and strengthening information dissemination, especially amidst the disasters. And as emphasized by Ma'am Sinta, it is really important to have a collective and multi-sectoral approach, especially in mitigating disasters.
I would like to agree with you, Trixie, because collaboration is indeed the key for all of us to get the impossible possible.
I think that is one of the reasons why we are here today, building networks and, of course, broadening our horizons here in disaster risk management.
And, of course, sustaining the network we have built.
Yep. And now allow me to acknowledge the executive officers of the Philippine Medical Associations. We have Dr. Albert Guevara, Dr. Frederick Francisco, Dr. Teodoro Herbosa, Dr. Federico Malubay, Dr. Hector Santos Jr., Dr. Marian Dobles, and Dr. Ted Herbosa, the Committee Head on Disaster and Emergency Special Advisor of the National Task Force of COVID-19.
Thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies, for forging partnership with APAD. And now, Trixie, we also have the presentation of APAD Sri Lanka, along with the public and private partnership in disaster preparedness and disaster management by the country director of APAD Sri Lanka. He is the co-founder of APAD International and heads the platform in Sri Lanka, which brings together the private sector in sustainable development. He works in linking the private sector in humanitarian and development. Also, he is a member of the National Policy and Action Plans in formulating changes to the Disaster Management Act in Sri Lanka, and a member of the National Disaster Management Coordination Committee representing the private sector. With your warm applauses, help me welcome Mr. Farzan Hashim, the Country Director of APAD Sri Lanka and the Chief Operating Officer of APAD. Sir.
Thank you very much. In fact, I should thank all you guys for the great host you are from last night, and it'll continue for sure. And let me firstly acknowledge one of the most important sectors, or the people on earth now, that's the doctors, who have been actually very active in terms of fighting the pandemic and continuing to do so. And a round of applause to the doctors here and the health workers. Okay. Yeah, can go on to the slides. See, in terms of experience, we talk about learning from experience. But I think you don't learn from experience unless you reflect upon them. And only if you reflect upon them that you learn through those experiences. And that's what we are here. And hopefully we can learn from each other and to make this world a much better place and to ensure there is no issues related to deaths, damages, and so on to disasters. Yep, next. One of the experience that we initially had with the pandemic was Sri Lanka was mostly, it was not only about lockdowns, but it was a full-time curfew that was imposed in Sri Lanka. And that brings a lot of issues related to economy, the freedom of movement, the issues related to mental health, and so on. So you had to fight that first, but health comes number one in terms of saving lives. But when this started, when this whole procedure started in terms of what this pandemic was, we never understood what it was. It was more like, the tsunami that we got hit in 2004, and then we didn't realize. And the request for us actually was, can you send masks to Wuhan? Could you imagine that the masks which come from China, they wanted the masks to Wuhan during the early stages. And we actually did that through the coordination of our networks in Sri Lanka, in Japan, and then working also with the private sector. In fact, HSBC Hong Kong, HSBC Sri Lanka, HSBC Japan, we coordinated and used the logistics to ensure that what we had in Sri Lanka, to send it over to Wuhan. Later did we realize that we needed it much more than them, but that's how these networks work. And that was one of the experiences that we learned. Through an established network, you could actually save lives wherever you are. And the logistics to Wuhan was very, very, very difficult. But we were able to send it right to Wuhan in terms of how we can save other people over there. The next one. Yeah. So these are the photographs that you see. Wuhan, again, Japan providing those assistance and sending it again over to China. Next. Yeah. See, in this terms of how the private sector works and how you can get their coordination, I think it is very, very important to understand the coordination and the effectiveness of the private sector. As I told you, we were short of masks, PPE, personal protective equipment in Sri Lanka, because we had actually sent it over out. But then when it became bad, we figured out how we can be self-sufficient. And at that time, you realized that all countries were to themselves. We were talking about a global village, but it was not so, because they needed to take care of their people on ground. What we did was, as you know, Sri Lanka is very good in manufacturing. That is all the branded. Okay, right. Branded image, branded clothing in Sri Lanka is done by us. And when these factories, apparel factories were there, they changed their production line from the branded clothing to PPE. And this was supported actually by the private sector as well in terms of funding. So they said, okay, we will buy the PPE from you guys. We will ensure that you don't go at a loss. So in that way, we also ensured that the new production becomes a source of income to the MSMEs, if not the large SMEs. And also, we were able to, they were so good at it that there was so much that we started exporting thereafter. Billions of masks. So that brought in revenue, and at the smaller locations where micro and the smaller industries were there, they were doing it on their own, and we were purchasing off them through the funds that we got, and we were distributing. So that was a very good example that you create an opportunity through disasters, but you also become self-sufficient. Yeah. Next. Then comes the food. I spoke about how we were locked down, there was curfew, People cannot move, only the health sector was in operation. But how do you get the food? Again, we worked with the government, the private sector. We coordinated the local Uber plus the local, we had the Pick Me, in connecting them with the supermarket chains. And there was these packs in terms of food, weekly food which is required, and that was sent to the homes of the people. So again, the coordination of the private sector, and it again brought upon the smaller industries or the micro industries in terms of transport, then manufacturing, if not producing the food, and the home gardening and so on to be distributed in those areas. So we did not forget the food component in Sri Lanka at the time when these guys were locked down. Yeah, next. Then comes the most important thing, saving lives. There were so many challenges to the health sector. Doctors were there, the health workers were there, but then there was this shortage of, whether you call it the equipment or the ventilators and so on. Government was stuck. They could not afford it. The demand was so high. Then you had to open up centers. Who would support? Again, it's the private sector. This is the network where the private sector wanted to support, because what we need to understand in this calamity is that the private sector also would be beneficial only if their clients are okay, that they can sell something to their clients. So they need to take care of the clients, and they were willing to do that. And they worked through the APAD in ensuring that they would donate these items. We worked with the Ministry of Health very closely, and there was a DPRD unit, like the Disaster Preparedness Unit at the Ministry of Health. And we worked with them so close, and we were on ground right throughout. And I also must be thankful to my staff, though there was so much of travel restrictions. We were working full time right throughout with the passers and so on. So in terms of connectivity, we were able to do that only because we had a platform on stage. And thankfully, for 10 years, it has been operative right now. Next. I would like you to go to see this video where the private sector also wanted to support in different ways. They said they will provide hot meals to the people who are, at homes in areas where there were urban developments. So the hotels came up, they had their kitchen, they had their food, they had their money, they wanted to do something. We brought the insurance company, their funding, supported by these hotels, and went on ground, created the necessity in terms of access to these people, transport, clearance, and so on, and provided these people on ground who didn't have a proper livelihood to provide these hot meals as well. So this is the strength you see with the private sector. Next. Okay. See, amidst all this, you would also have the knock-on effects, pandemic, then the disaster risk reduction that you need to know with the intersecting disasters. As of now, yes, the monsoon season is on. You might find so many other intersecting disasters amidst this. We also ensured that we engaged with the private sector in ensuring that we work with them. We also provide them the support, not to have further issues related to losses and damages. Right? We were working with them right throughout. And during the first phase of the pandemic, where we were all locked down, we had the second phase again. But we better prepared them to see how best they can work during that crisis. And we worked on business continuity plans. We ensured that they could work from home. They could link with the medical sector. How can they provide assistance? So that was a learning lesson for us, where whilst we were there for 18 months, first, second, third wave, we were much better off in terms of ensuring the economy and the normal life also goes on. But just keep in mind, it does not stop here. As you know, what has happened to Sri Lanka now, the knock-on effects of economy. and you need to be very, very careful about it. Don't take things for granted. Your exports and your imports. That's the balance that you need to ensure. Your food, then your transport, your fuel. Are we all okay with that? So don't take things for granted, because yet more, so many things would happen because the knock-on effects of the pandemic and otherwise. Of course, mismanagement, governance, corruption, all that is incorporated into it. But I think it is very, very important that we don't take things easy. We also ensure that there is continual improvement in what we do. There is business continuity in all what we do. Business continuity is not only for the private sector. It is for the government, for any type of business or services that you provide. So that's a key area that we need to look at. Don't let go, because economical and social issues are yet to hit the region. Yeah, next. Yeah, we didn't forget the MSMEs at this particular time. We were preparing during the pandemic for an exit strategy. How tourism can rebound. How can the smaller corporates or the SMEs or the micro industries can rebound. So we brought them together. We worked with the UNDP, we worked with the government, the tourism sector and so on, and ensured that the exit strategy was in line so that they also would be better prepared. Yes, but then we had this economic issue right now, and we are still working with so many corporates, the government and the private sector as well. Finally, it is about what we are good at, saving lives. We have the search and rescue team, which comprises of civil military, both military and the private sector together. We train them how to work during a pandemic, how to save lives during a pandemic, and we still continue with the training for them and ensuring that people are safe in Sri Lanka and in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your accomplishments to all of us. And of course, sir, thank you so much for creating waves of innovation in factoring the private and public sector towards sustainable partnership in the milieu or in the context of disaster preparedness and disaster management. Indeed, sir, your stories will surely inspire all of us today.
Thank you, sir. Moving forward, I would like to introduce our next presenter. Currently, she is a program manager of APAD Bangladesh under the capacity building project for the establishment and sustainable management of multi-sector platform for disaster management in Bangladesh, and program manager of the project for the construction of a community skill community development center in Habiganj under the Embassy of Japan in Bangladesh. Be ready to witness the milestones of APAD Bangladesh vis-a-vis strengthening disaster risk management in collaboration with the medical sector. Joining us via Zoom, let us all welcome from APAD Bangladesh, Ms. Sadia Samad Mo.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I welcome all distinguished guests present in today's International Symposium on multi-sectoral partnership on disaster risk management and emergency response during the pandemic, organized by APART Philippines. Today, APART Bangladesh will focus on the topic strengthening disaster risk management in collaboration with the medical sector. So next, please. So the role of the medical sector has a fundamental in managing the risk and the consequences of emergencies and disasters from all hazard. The health sector is always the front runner in managing infectious disease like COVID-19 pandemic. However, it has also a critical role in preventing and minimizing the health consequences of emergencies due to natural technological and societal hazard. So the strategy, next please. The strategy is to aim to contribute the reduction of natural disaster risk using a multidisciplinary approach. More specifically, it is intended to ensure the availability of the relevant policies, strategies, and capacities during DRM intervention to reduce the occurrence and number of emergencies, to that progress disaster risk management capacities, as well as the preparedness, responsiveness, and recovery. There is actually the six strategies or components we follow: the establishment of institutional framework for health DRM, establishment of educated health sector for capacity for risk management, establishment of relevant framework and capacity for assessment of and mapping of health risk and vulnerabilities, implements of resilience building, intervention in health facility and at a community level, strengthening system for educated preparation and timely and educated response and recovery from disaster, dissemination of all relevant information on hazard and their impact on public health to the mass community. Next. So here's the National Disaster Response Framework in Bangladesh, the concept of operation of COVID-19 response. Also, apart Bangladesh established a RT-PCR lab to for the COVID-19 pandemic support with the collaboration of government and with the support of APAD. The framework is general preparedness and the emergency preparedness, emergency response, rehabilitation. Under these segments, we have strengthening detection, surveillance, case detection, contact tracing, case isolation, physical distancing, and most important, the community awareness for the functional rehabilitation to the community to reduce the risk of COVID-19 pandemic in all over the country. Next, please. So the APART Bangladesh main vision is to build up safer community to the safer society. So APART Bangladesh has worked in the collaboration of the medical sector in terms of the disaster risk management with the government, private, and other multi-stakeholder partners to review the national disaster legislation and disaster risk management strategies and policies, enhance community-based disaster preparedness program, which had significant success in raising risk awareness to incorporate preparedness for health-related emergencies. APART Bangladesh always work in the front as a frontliner with the community in all division of Bangladesh. Next. So here is some pictures from the community awareness of COVID-19 in 7 division of Bangladesh. So as we work with the very grassroots community, our APAT staffs always go to the locally to respond them. Here is you can see the underprivileged community. We are giving the community awareness to them by giving them the hand washing technique, how to create awareness, and by providing posters, leaflet, and announcement in local language to make them understand better, to be aware in the COVID-19 pandemic to reduce the risk nationally. Thank you. Next. So here is a video, short video of CS APART activity. Please play.
বর্তমানে দুর্যোগের প্রকার এবং দুর্যোগের ধরন অত্যন্ত পরিবর্তিত হচ্ছে। এবং এই পরিবর্তনের কারণে দুর্যোগ মোকাবেলাও অনেক চ্যালেঞ্জিং। এই চ্যালেঞ্জ মোকাবেলায় কমিউনিটি ইনিশিয়েটিভ সোসাইটি সিআইএস শুরু থেকেই সব ধরনের প্রাকৃতিক কিংবা মানবসৃষ্ট দুর্যোগে মানবিক সহায়তা নিয়ে সবসময় জনগণের পাশে আছে।
সিআইএস থেকে আমরা যেতগুলা শিখছি, যেতগুলা জানে অবগত হয়েছি, এগুলো আমরা টেকাইতে পাওয়া যাবে না। তখন আমরা অনেক সচেতন হয়েছি, পরিবর্তন হয়েছে। অনেক অন্য মানুষ যে হিসাবে চলে খুব সতর্ক হইয়া চলে।
ধরো আমফান বন্যা আমাদের ওই ঘরের ছাইনি মাইনি উড়াই লই গেছে। এখন এই তেরফলটা পাইয়া মানে ওইটা বাঞ্জে সেঞ্জে রাখে অনেক উপকার হয়। এখন আমরা রাত্রে ঘুমাইয়ে থাকতে হয়। তেরফলটা তো বৃষ্টির সিজনে চালে পরে দিলাম, বৃষ্টির পানিটা পড়লো না। পরবর্তী টাইমে যে সময় বৃষ্টি থাকলো ওই সময় অন্য একটা কাজে লাগাইলাম। ওটা বিভিন্ন কাজে দরকার হয় বা দরকারই তো।
একজন আজকে চাল পাইছি মনে করেন, এরা মনে করেন চাউলের নিয়ে খাইতে পারি না। মনে করেন আজকে এক বেলা খাইলে 2 বেলা খাইতে পারি না। মনে করেন এইটা মনে করেন 2 বেলা খাইলে মনে করেন আজকে কষ্ট করে আনা লাগলে না। মনে করেন আজকে 2টা দিন রেস্টে থাকতে পারলাম। আজকে মনে করেন বাচ্চা ঘরও খাওয়াইতে পারলাম। আজকে একটু ডাইল খাওয়াইতে নিয়ে মনে করেন আজকে কিনে আনতে পারি না, আনতে নিয়ে আলু আনতে পারি না। ওইটা মনে করেন নিজে আপনারা দিয়েছেন, ওইটা মনে করেন খুশি হইলাম।
दावासे थाई तेरे गम के भैया लगे गम लगी बाला लगी तूने खुशी लगी रे एरे सुख पाई एरे ले बेसी दुख पाई दुबा फाइन बारमा तो इधर बेसी दुख पाई एरे ले सुख पाई।
The local people can develop their own capacity to deal with disaster, and the local people, not only local people, the business, the government, policymakers, together. CIS is partnership with APAD is developing that capacity in different part of the country.
ডিজাস্টার রিস্ক ম্যানেজমেন্টের ক্ষেত্রে অথবা সাস্টেনেবল এমার্জেন্সি হেলথ কেয়ার রোল অফ কমিউনিটি অ্যান্ড প্রাইভেট সেক্টরের যে ইনিশিয়েটিভসগুলো আছে সেটির ক্ষেত্রেও কিন্তু সিআইএস বড় ভূমিকা পালন করছে।
সিআইএস শুধু প্রাইভেট অর্গানাইজেশন না, প্রাইভেট অর্গানাইজেশনের পাশাপাশি গভর্নমেন্টের যে সকল সেক্টর ডিপার্টমেন্টগুলো মেইনলি ডিজাস্টার নিয়ে কাজ করে সেই ডিপার্টমেন্টগুলোকেও ইনভলভ করেছে এবং তারাও গভর্নমেন্ট এবং প্রাইভেট অর্গানাইজেশন এবং সিআইএস কম্বাইনলি একসাথে এটা গভর্নমেন্ট প্রাইভেট পার্টনারশিপের মতো ডিজাস্টারের সময় কাজ করবে একসাথে।
পরিষ্কার হয়ে থাকতে হইবে, আরও 10 জনের হিয়ান লাগবে, ঘরের ফ্যামিলিকেও হিয়ান লাগবে। কি গেলে আট মুখ ধুমু অনেক কিছু শিখছি, আরও 10 জনারে শিখেইতে।
খুব খুশি হয়েছে, তারা আসলে কেঁদে দিচ্ছে খুশিতে যে আসলে এই রকমের সাহায্য আমরা কখনো পাইনি, আর এতটা দূরে আমাদের কাছে কেউই আসে না। এই প্রথম যে সিআইএস আমাদের কাছে আসলো এবং আমাদের এই এত সুন্দর সাহায্যটা করলো।
চলার পথে যারা আমাদের সঙ্গে ছিল এবং আমাদের যারা সব সময় সহযোগিতা কৃতজ্ঞ। আপনাদের এই সহযোগিতার কারণেই আমরা হাজার হাজার দুর্যোগ আক্রান্ত মানুষের পাশে সবসময় দাঁড়াতে পেরেছি এবং তাদের মুখে হাসি ফোটাতে পেরেছি।
So I thank APART MO for the multi-sectoral partnership approach, initiating and collaborating in aim to solve a very complex social challenge like disaster risk management. And also I appreciate all APART countries activity who are working for the underprivileged community to saving their lives, reducing disaster, for making resilient community. Even in the pandemic, they didn't stop. So thank you so much, Apart Philippine. I wish the symposium very fruitful and great learning from for all of us. Have a great day. Thank you from me.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to Ms. Sadia Samad Mo for that presentation. Thank you for sharing your initiatives leaning towards a safer and better community in Bangladesh. All right, are we okay? Hello?
Are we still okay and good?
Are we still alive
Perfect.
and kicking? May we hear a round applause from our participants?
Yay!
Louder,
Thank you.
louder.
Thank you for making this far. Okay, and from APAD Philippines, we will be delighted by the presentation on multi-sectoral collaboration in disaster risk management amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Our next presenter has been engaged in various research and community extension projects in and outside the academy. This year, 2022, he led the research project conducted by APAD Philippines and Bicol University titled The Business Continuity Plan for Sustainability and Resiliency of Micro Enterprises in the Highly Vulnerable Areas to Natural Disasters in Legazpi City. My dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, the pride of the Philippines. We have the Associate Professor of Bicol University and member of the Board of Trustees of APAD Philippines. A round of applause for Dr. Elmer Lorenzana. Sir.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. On behalf of APAD Philippines, I have the honor to share our experiences in disaster risk management and emergency response during the coronavirus pandemic. From these experiences, we have reflected on what our best practice is. The coronavirus pandemic has tremendously impacted the Philippine economy and worldwide. It has resulted in economic recession with output declining by 9.6%. Economic policy managers and implementers have developed fiscal policies to mitigate the impact of pandemic. The strict lockdown measures imposed by the government aim to save lives and help public health sector. However, it has constrained several economic activities. Education, constructions, accommodation, and food services, including tourism and manufacturing, were hurt the most during the pandemic. Super Typhoon Rolly further aggravated the vulnerability of the marginalized sector in the society with the international name Goni. At least 17 people died and more than 2 million people were affected as the typhoon caused heavy rainfall, flooding, landslides, lahar flow from Mount Volcano in the Bicol region, wherein about 1 million residents were evacuated. Last December 2021, another strong typhoon hit the Philippines with international name Rai and locally referred as Odette. It has damaged coconut farmers and limited assets of small-scale fishers from Visayas and Mindanao Islands. This is a double disaster. According to the study by Cueto and Agaton and their paper, Pandemic and Typhoon, Impact of Double Disaster on Mental Health, a double catastrophe has affected the total well-being of individuals and communities. Mainly, it brings stress and anxiety to the people. Despite the challenges faced by the APAD-PH, due to the double disaster, a combination of pandemic and typhoon, it was still able to implement several disaster risk management and emergency response activities. After the Typhoon Rolly, it immediately activated its local partners in the Bicol region through various coordinations and needs analysis of the local areas affected by the typhoon. Likewise, he thus coordinated various regional platforms for resource generation needed for relief operation. Given this involvement at the local partners, particularly the business sector, through the Chamber of Commerce, it has implemented the following activities. Fleet of Hope, 140 fishing boats were distributed. Distributed water filtration units to communities in Catanduanes and Albay. Fundraising collaboration with partners total to 10 million pesos. Similar processes were also undertaken after Typhoon Odette hit the Visayas and Mindanao areas. At the same time, the local partners in Visayas and Mindanao and other regional platforms were activated and coordinated for immediate mobilization of resources for emergency response. It has raised 5 million pesos for emergency response. It has distributed food packs, potable water, water filters, hygiene kits, solar lamps, sleeping kits, and roofing materials to southern Leyte, Surigao, and Dinagat Island. Likewise, ongoing early recovery project in Cebu through distribution of shelter, repair kits, and plastic mulching to the farmers. Furthermore, as a pandemic response, APAD-PH has distributed medical shelter tents and modular tents to the regional platforms in Cebu, Bicol, and Davao to provide the immediate needs for the isolation of some patient in the hospital. Based on the experiences of AVAD Philippines in attaining its objective on disaster risk management as well as emergency response for Typhoon Rolly in Odette, while in the period of pandemic, the success of its various activities can be attributed to partnership among and between sectors in the society. The key word here is partnership in the spirit of collaboration. The partners have expressed their commitment, common goals, and combined resources. It has worked into a collaborative approach and decision-making and looking for best emergency response method. But this partnership is multi-sectoral. It means that members consist of diverse organizations with common purpose. The purpose of this partnership is to be efficient in emergency response. Efficient response pertains to the ability to produce an intended result so that it will have a minimal waste of time, effort, and resources. This was realized in the emergency response during Typhoon Rolly and Odette. Resources were generated among partners, which included financial and workforce resources. Another result of partnership is genuine engagement. Real attention is gained through continuous collaboration and interaction among partners to build trust. This is essential as the foundation of collaboration relies on trust. Trust is the social glue that holds relationship together among partners. The beginning phases of partnership are critical to establishing trust and value. This is evident in the respective organization of APAD's partners. It can quickly consult with them and come up with emergency response. This efficient response, genuine engagement are given to attain disaster resilience. Yugo Framework of Action defines disaster resilience as the capacity of a system, community, or society potentially exposed to hazard to adapt by resisting or changing to reach and maintain an acceptable level of functioning society. This is the vision of AFAD Philippines. Hence, we can shorten this best practice in 2 words: merge resilience. The word merge is to combine, blend, or unite gradually. I think the essence of multi-sectoral partnership as an approach for disaster risk management and emergency response is this: to combine efforts, resources, and ideas in attaining disaster resiliency. Let me provide you with the details of this best practice. Let us start. What is the multi-sectoral partnership? Before the pandemic, the APAD-PH established partnership among the business sector, civil society organization, academe, local government units, and media. We call these partners community stakeholders for disaster risk reduction, or DRRM. It was initially piloted in the Bicol region. It began with determining the DRRM programs and initiatives of community stakeholders. Then the community stakeholders identified the challenges and gaps in implementing DRRM. This was the basis for developing the framework of collaboration. The collaboration framework was created as a regional platform where several regional platforms were organized in the various geographical locations in the Philippines. This was the period when APAD-PH was still operating as a project. But now, APAD-PH is an institution recognized by Security Exchange Commission as non-profit, non-stock organization. However, during the pandemic, the partnership was further consolidated and expanded. The partnership expansion was with the medical health sector in other private and national government agencies. Hence, APAD-PH has advantages because the foundation of partnership was established long before the pandemic happened. It required the full activation of its partnership during emergency response to Typhoon Rolly and Odette. Let me give you the characteristic of what is multi-partnership. It is localized, collaborative regional platform, and inter-regional response. The localized features of multi-sectoral collaboration is anchored on geographical or regional context. A particular area has specific needs and dynamics of the organization. This was considered in the process of establishing multi-sectoral partnership. The collaborative regional platform pertains on how the partnership was organized. It is done through a collaborative process via a series of consultations and meetings among the partners. Likewise, collaboration is a tool used in various disaster risk management activities in emergency response. The organizations are varied in terms of their identity and purpose, but they can work with regional platforms based on the common sense for disaster preparedness, emergency response, and recovery. It creates synergy because the cooperation of 2 or more organizations produces a combined effect more significant than the sum of their separate effects. The interregional response is characterized by the region's caring and compassionate nature towards others during disaster. APAD-PH facilitate this process on the national platform by channeling information about the disaster to various regional platforms. Similarly, initiative on resource generation and financial and human resource for emergency response are made by the regional media. APAD-PH in this process acts as a coordinating body. The effect of multi-sectoral partnership is an efficient response. Next slide. Okay. The efficient response pertains to fewer costs in attaining its target. According to the study of Medel et al. In their paper, Collaboration Resiliency Framework for Disaster Management Supply Network, a case study of the Philippines, there is a direct relationship between collaboration and resilience. The result of the study revealed that developing a shared platform to pool and distribute resources from various clusters in industry within the private sector could potentially reduce companies' operational costs compared to carrying out different activities related to corporate social responsibility. This is essential for various business organizations, corporate social responsibility, or CSR. They can be more efficient in implementing CSR programs if they partner with various relevant organizations. Thus, the partnership can produce efficient management of resources among member organizations. Financial and workforce resources are needed to implement emergency response activities. This can be easily generated through partnership. Furthermore, time is a critical element in disaster response. When a country is hit by a natural disaster, such as earthquake and tropical storm, the first 72 hours after a disaster are crucial because response must begin in that period to save lives. According to the United Nations Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, 5 things must be done within and before the 72 hours. Prepare before the disaster, deploy skilled staff, know the context, assess response activity, and mobilize funding and plan operation. This can be materialized on the ground through efficient response, through partnership and collaboration. During the emergency response, APAD-PH can easily coordinate, generate resources, and communicate among partners to efficiently carry out its emergency response activities. Thus, it can save more lives and less time. The second result of multi-sectoral partnership is genuine engagement. The factors that maybe affect proper arrangement are environmental characteristic and membership characteristics. Environmental characteristic are the geographical location and social context within which a collaborative group exists. APAD-PH has considered these elements as it organized the multi-sectoral partnership in the local areas. The point of collaboration or engagement between and among partners is within a particular context. This context refers to the situation where a specific hazard, such as volcanic eruption, typhoon, and flooding, can be catastrophic to a partner organization and thus have a direct or indirect impact on them. Membership characteristic consists of skills, attitude, and opinions of individuals in the collaboration group, as well as the culture and capacity of the organization, which form these collaborative groups. The multi-sectoral partnership are categorized into several sectors: business, academia, media, and government. Each industry may have a professional organization to channel its concern. For example, the business sector can voice their concern to the Business Chamber of Commerce, or they may have a loose alliance with which they can discuss their sector's concern. This is the dynamics of organization that APAD-PH needs to work on the ground. Some of them can be structured, unstructured, simple and complex, conventional and unconventional. Thus, the nature of the organization is varied. To make the multi-sectoral partnership work with them, identifying common concern on DRM is essential for them to come up with common purpose and vision. In this background, APAD-PH continuously enables its workforce a series of consultation and meetings among partners to identify their common needs, develop appropriate programs, and facilitate sharing of resources and information. This is the process to ensure genuine engagement among and between partners to ensure that the common objective of disaster resiliency is attained. To summarize, the best practice of APAD-PH for disaster risk reduction emergency response can be presented in this logical direction: context, development approach, outputs, and impact. The development approach was developed based on the particular context. The development approach can produce a short-term result. Hence, this short-term result can have a long-term effects. The APAD-PH operates with double disaster, pandemic and typhoon in mind. Okay. Given this background, they utilize multi-sectoral partnership as a development approach to implement their activities, projects, and programs. This multi-sectoral approach can yield efficient response and genuine engagement among partners. In the long run, the result can make the local communities disaster resilient. Okay. The core element here is multi-sectoral partnership. APAD-PH has gained fruitful experience and successful implementation of activities with this partnership during a double disaster, pandemic, and typhoons. Why is APAD-PH successful in multi-sectoral partnership? It is because they established an alliance before pandemic. They continuously strengthened and expanded the collaboration during the pandemic. The fruit then of this partnership is an efficient response that can be measured in the efficient use of resources, financial and human help, will facilitated coordination, clear communication among partners, and on-time implementation of emergency response. Another fruit of partnership is genuine engagement. The joint commitment of the partners can observe despite the diverse nature of organization. The series of meetings and consultation conducted by APAD-PH enhance the dynamics of this partnership. In the long run, we look forward to core intention of our partnership, which is to save more lives and less time. This happens because of the multi-sectoral collaboration, efficient response, genuine engagement among partners. We coin this best practice as merged resilience as defined. The term merge is to unify and blend the diverse organization into a common purpose of attaining disaster resiliency. I like to end my presentation on the best practice of APAD-PH with the quote from Helen Keller. Alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much. This is true in multi-sectoral partnership towards efficient response and genuine engagement for disaster resilience. Diyos mabalos.
Wow.
Isa pa daw. One of the core values of APAD-PH is volunteerism. In view of that, we would like to present to you APAD-PH initiative activities on human resource network.
Just a video presentation. So at this time, we will also be viewing a video clip as part of the presentation of our speaker from the Philippines. While we are waiting for the video, okay, it's there.
And act in accordance with its code of conduct.
And act in accordance with its code of conduct.
There's actually a need for you to volunteer, and I want you to be part of this movement because you, as a youth, can do something. We can do something. Something that can change and can help a community to revive, to rebuild their lives.
Okay, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Dr. Elmer Lorenzana, for your engaging and motivating presentation as you've contextualized the multi-sectoral collaborative partnerships in the Philippines in the context of disaster risk management in just 2 words: merged resilience. Thank you, sir.
All right, what a fruitful discussion among our presenters. I'm sure everyone here has something, if not a lot, of lessons that they can take home with them after this international symposium.
I totally agree with you, Trixie. And now we're going and heading to the most exciting part. It is now the
Open forum. So the floor now is open to entertain your questions, but reminder that we will only have like 3 questions. So for our participants, please state your name, your affiliation, and kindly direct your question to the concerned speaker.
Oh, yes, sir. You can, approach the microphone stand and acknowledge yourself to be recognized, sir.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Ben Valdez, SPMC. I saw your conceptual framework. Dr. Lorenzana, I saw your conceptual framework from context to long-term results, and it's quite astounding as you have already compartmentalized outputs and inputs. Anyway, I was just wondering, do you have the metrics on this where we could say that we're resilient? Do you have the metrics, or on the granular level, like when we say, okay, we can say that we are resilient already? Or how do we measure engagement in a way? Yun lang po. If none, that's okay, because I can see this more on how we actually improve our internal business process, the environment, and all those finances, and how do people see us as an organization. So I just want to know if you have the metrics of, we can say, okay, we have reached this, and then we are resilient. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think disaster resiliency is, if you read a lot of literature, they can provide you more indicators on that. There is the international standard on that, on what is disaster resiliency, as I read the definition also on the Hugo framework. And basically, in the local level, they try to derive the resiliency indicators based on international framework, because you can contextualize or localize also disaster resiliency. I could not basically give you exact, because you are asking specific indicators of what is disaster resiliency. But definitely in an organizations like in APAD-PH, that's in the process that we define also what are the indicators. That is our challenge, and that you are talking to us, and that's the biggest challenge. But basically, when we define resiliency, we anchored that one to international framework. Okay. In Bicol region, we coined this term na, I'd like to speak that one in Tagalog, na pagkatapos ng bagyo, makikita mo yung mga tao doon, nagwawalis, immediately they can easily recover on that. But that's one, probably an indicator that they are used already in the disaster. For how many years, di ba? Ang Bicol region, every time meron kaming typhoon. But we can further develop more indicators on that, and that is the biggest challenge also for us in the development practitioner. Because we coined that indicators probably based on the situation also of the people. Sabi ko nga, when we try to define disaster resiliency, we can localize also that one. Because sometimes international or coming up with the general framework may not be applicable in the local level. That is a very good question, sir, and that is our challenge also in the development practitioner.
Okay, sir, for a follow-up question.
Follow-up lang. So this is considered one question.
Yes, sir, no worries. It's just a rejoinder question.
I know you are hungry. But anyway, another thing, it so happened that the direction of communities, not just only a person, but the communities towards disaster, has a particular culture, which is, I think, right now we're talking about a lot of culture-based medicine and culture-based organization where we would actually ponder where we start our strategic planning, which even if you see, especially during Yolanda, that after the onslaught, you can see the responses of people there, which is you cannot see in other parts of the world, which is those particular nicks about how the culture is being affected, which is what would probably be part of our consideration thereafter. That's why right now we're talking about culture-based medicine, especially in Japan, which has to be ingrained as early as how we manage disasters as well. And these are some excerpts that we are actually talking about, especially in international communities as well. Thank you, Dr. Lorenzana. You have a very good framework.
Thank you also, sir, for your very interesting question.
All right, moving on to our next question. Yes, sir.
Wow.
Good morning. I am Engineer Jed Belien. This is my question from all your presentations. Should we embed resiliency considerations in societal infrastructure design. Because if you notice, right after every disaster, there are bottlenecks in logistics. But in your presentation, I think it was never mentioned. No one mentioned that, right? But it's more on coming together to recover. So what do you think about that? And should we put these resiliency considerations in our code, for example, in the building code, or even in the transportation code, or whatever law that we may have, so that, kumbaga, it's already there. So, kumbaga, sa atin, when we respond, mas madali. Di ba? So, any reaction po from the panel?
Okay, so who would like to start? Yes, sir? You can just pass the microphone. Thank you.
The concern of sir is about the is structured in place in the community. I'm correct? Okay. I think, sir, like you're mentioning the building code and also other requirements. As far as I know, the local government unit, they have law enacted on that, like the comprehensive land use development plan. And that is basically, if they follow that one also, that includes resiliency. And they have a lot of law in place in terms of DRR. The most important is how these laws being implemented in the ground. The multi-sectoral collaboration is essential because the coordination and identification of needs are within the multi-sectoral so that it would be efficient enough. So part of that multi-sectoral collaboration is with the local government unit. The local the structure, I think, in the building code, it's something on the level of disaster preparedness and mitigation, because we have the three phases: disaster preparedness, emergency response, and then recovery. And I think that should be in place in the local government unit as part of disaster preparedness and mitigation. That is structure. And I think that is a very good concern of Sir Billion. Tama ako? Okay.
Actually, it's just more about like making your infrastructure like a disaster-proof infrastructure, right? So that's actually in place. So it's just a matter of implementing.
All right. Perhaps Ma'am Neki would like to add something also.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. The bottleneck is always, in the terms of the disaster response, the bottleneck is coordination hub. So as the common the issue that we have is who is going to be the coordination hub. Of course, the local government in the disaster stricken area should be the coordination hub, but they are also being affected. So that's the reason why the A part is there. It's already there, but still a room to develop. So we need to enlarge a number of the members to join us. It's not only NGOs, business sectors, medical associations, and then volunteers, of course. So we are still in development.
Thank you, ma'am. Who would like to answer? Or, yeah, sir?
I think it's an extremely good question because on presentation it looks perfect. You can reach out to so many, but it comes through hard work. I think it is about partnerships. If you take, for example, the PDRF, the coordination effectiveness that they have, and they always say, do not exchange cards during a crisis, business cards. Do it well before. One example I can give you is if you talk about Sri Lanka, if you had asked me a few years back, bottlenecks, yes, many bottlenecks. How did we overcome that? We had MOUs with the food sector. If you are providing food to a certain area which is not reachable due to floods or otherwise, we have an MOU with the largest supermarket chain where they know what has to be provided to what location without taking it from a location from Colombo or somewhere. Within 20 minutes, they will deliver to the people who are there. So you basically overcome all those bottlenecks. So I would just put it to partnerships. And as Nikki said, partnerships, government becomes key. They are there to do the work. We are there to complement their work. Then the local government authorities, the private sector for sure, private sector, and then the rest of the guys, the community. They know exactly what happens on ground. So if you can link that, I think that is where you overcome the bottlenecks.
And also for the part of Ms. Sinta Kanyawati.
All right. Probably I took just an examples from the disaster safe certification that we implement for hotels and tourism. I think when it comes to resilience, it cannot be only depend or reliant only on one factor. It is the entire ecosystem. So it's really the whole area, not only just one area. Because I know if one local area is affected, I'm sure the surroundings are also affected. So if we want to address resilience, we have to see on a broader scheme as an ecosystem, and it's actually all players involved within that ecosystem, being a government, private sector, civil society organization, even the community itself. So I just took the examples from the hotel safety certification. There's always an infrastructure that we have to ensure. The building code is one of it, but we probably need to also address, apart from building, a lot of other code, safety code or disaster code that we need to actually work on. Second, it's the system. The system is really how it works, how the coordination actually works from one actor to another. And third is really the risk analysis. Because the risk analysis, if it is right spot on, it enables us to deliver whether that's relief, recovery, or the rehabilitation, which is effective and efficient. So within this, I would say resilience is really in the hands of everybody in that society to work together. So coordination is really critical, collaboration, and also partnership. Thank you.
Wow, beautifully said. Like it's more on a micro efforts creating a macro effect. Perfect. And now I guess we still have one more question. Yes, sir?
All right, good morning.
Hi,
I'm
sir.
June from the Tagum City Chamber of Commerce. Just to follow on what Vicente just said earlier, and was also reiterated by Ms. Cowrie in her presentation that, of course, the disasters have become more massive and more severe. And in the Philippines, the number of typhoons will practically be the same, but the intensity gets bigger and more traumatic. You made mention about disaster standards. You talked about risk analysis, this which is also close to my heart with ISO, IMS standards. Do you also intend to identify the underlying causes of all of these massive disasters, coordinate probably with international organizations, because typhoons just don't happen without a cause, and of course some of these disasters probably not just looking at mitigation, but also really looking at where this come from and how do this really happen. That's first question. And for Farzan, I really like your opening statement when you mentioned that you can only learn from experience if you reflect upon them. And I think that's very important for us in the Philippines, because sometimes we learn a lot from experiences, we reflect upon them, but when new events happen, politics, media, for example, we usually forget it sometimes, and we go back to square one. In your experience, how do you intend to, how do you make sure or ensure that what the reflections are carried on and are really implemented even after some time? Thank you.
I'll go first before I forget the question. Yeah, yeah. I think a very good question indeed, because if you practically see, the region itself, we have the most number of disasters, all of us, right? But we should be the masters of our own selves. It should not be the others who should be telling us what to do, right? So that is one where we think we do not reflect on the experiences that we have. One is case studies. How would you share with it? The most important thing is institutionalization. How would you take that case study best practices and institutionalize this? As we meet here in each of the countries as APAD, this is what we do. You have a wealth of experience in, over here in Manila, in Philippines. Take, for example, PDRF, Butch, who came to Sri Lanka, spoke to us. He was actually a pioneer of setting up APAD here, along with CDRC as well. But in terms of how you can reflect, it is the connectivity that you have to maintain, and internationally too. If you see, we are also connected again with the connected business initiatives, the global platforms. So these again you share, but most important, convert that into institutionalizations, make the policies, and ensure that it is embedded into what we do.
Okay, just quick additional points probably. The standard is there, but it is not forever the same. I think as we now see probably 10 years ago, probably it is not as severe as today. So the standard is something which we, all of us here from multi-stakeholders, should be able to say whether this standard is up to the current situation that we face, or is it something that we need to revisit and review. So I think it's really a living document for us to be able to reflect and see whether it is actually still effective. And it is something that has to be inclusive in terms of approach. It is not only designed by one organization or one stakeholders, but it is really a collective effort, because when it comes to disaster, everybody is affected. And for an effective, efficient response, it has to be inclusive so that everybody understands this is the best to approach such disasters. Thank you.
All right. That concludes our open forum. As much as we want to entertain other questions from the body, unfortunately we can't because of our time constraint. So now we will move on to the next part of our program.
Yes, so sorry for that. In the interest of time, we will now proceed with a reaction from one of the delegates for this international symposium. Please help me welcome the Senior Advisor of APOD from Japan, Mr. Miyahara Nobutaka. Sir.
Thank you. Yes, as a, senior advisor to the APAC, I'd like to say my impression. I think, this International Symposium 2022 is going to be closing successfully. I think we've had, sorry. We have had a lot of the experiences of the Philippine regional platforms and the APAD Philippines people. And also, we have learned a lot of things from the presentations of international participants. And I witnessed that, compared to 3 years ago, International Symposium 2019, a lot of things, a lot of achievement and development we actually witnessed them. And I'm very much happy to see and witness those achievements and developments. I think, I I am now that I look forward to, well, seeing, I think future symposium. Also, we can see a lot of achievements and development from this, from the APAD, Philippines, and platforms. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Of course, we still have one more impression or last reaction from the body. We have from Miss Eileen of Ormoc Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated. Mama Eileen.
Good noon, everybody. I have to say that I asked Chikai that I want to give a reaction. Because really, my name is Eileen Suarez Aviles, by the way, and I'm from the Ormoc City Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and we are the lead convener for Eastern Visayas. So we have been with APAD since 2017. But this is my first international symposium, and I had really learned a lot, so much. Okay, I have notes here from tourism resilience, infodemic, those are new words for me, and the merge resilience, it really struck me because I just have to share this experience of ours when we responded to Typhoon Odette. So the Ormoc City Chamber, day 0, the typhoon. Day 2, we were quiet. Day 3, we issued an invitation to the organizations to join us so that we can organize something. We issued that in the morning, in the afternoon, they all came for the meeting. So it was really amazing. In short, we did 4 waves. And all of these are really like private sector initiated together with the Tabang or Mocanon youth group. So I believe that really this collaboration, partnership is very important to address disasters. You know why? We have different talents. Kami sa chamber, we were trying to get the resources, the donations. And then these youth groups, they were the ones who really packed everything. So it was like they were our leg and arms, right, Christian? And then there were rapid rescue riders who wanted to join. What they did, they went to the site, ground zero, because we couldn't go on our 4-wheel cars. So these motorcycles, they were the ones who really gave us the information needed. So ganito yung nangyayari. If there is collaboration, we have different strengths. So we should use it. So we should really, and I would just like to say that this kind of collaboration was inspired by APAD. When Chikai and Chris came to Ormoc, they were surprised. Oh, you already have an incident command. Yes, we did that. And okay, magaling. So, yeah, so we were proud as a group that we were able to do that. And we were able to raise worth 3 million worth of goods. We have a big round of applause for us. Because that's a big amount for us there in our little Ormoc City. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Eileen of Ormoc Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and of course, Sir Miyahara, for your impressions. And that concludes, ladies and gentlemen, our open forum.
All right, at this juncture, we will now award the certificates and tokens of appreciation to our able speakers to be led by Mr. Gilbert Albero. But before that, I would also like to call in Ms. Kauri Neki for the awarding of certificate to one of our guests. Allow me to read the citation. Certificate of commendation is awarded to Mr. Rene S. Mailey for sharing his invaluable knowledge and expertise as the guest speaker during the International Symposium 2022 with the theme Pandemic Resilience Multi-Sector Partnership on Disaster Risk Management and Emergency Response, organized by the Asia-Pacific Alliance for Disaster Management Philippines, or APAD Philippines, on August 4, 2022 at the Gen Manila by Shangri-La Rojas Boulevard, Pasay City, Philippines. Signed, Mr. Gilbert Albero, President of APAD Philippines. A round of applause, please.
Thank you so much, Sir Butch, for your valuable efforts and time shared to this international symposium. At this time, we would like also to award the certificate of commendation to our ADIP and seasoned speakers for today's international symposium. We have here the certificate of commendation awarded to Miss Kauri Neki for sharing her invaluable knowledge and expertise as the guest speaker during the International Symposium 2022 with the theme Pandemic Resilience, Multi-Sector Partnership on Disaster Risk Management and Emergency Response, organized by the Asia-Pacific Alliance for Disaster Management Philippines on August 4, 2022 at the Gen Manila by Shangri-La here in the Philippines. Signed by Mr. Gilbert and Alvaro, the president of APAD Philippines. Congratulations, ma'am.
Again, thank you, ma'am. Same certificate is also awarded to Ms. Sinta Kanyawati. Same certificate is awarded to Mr. Firzan Hashin. A round of applause, please. We will also award the same certificate to Mr. Elmer Lorenzana.
Okay, thank you very much. Another round of applause to our speakers for this year's symposium. We will have now group photo opportunity with all the speakers on stage. And of course, Miss Yumi, please join us, please. And Sir.
Also, we would like
Sir
to call
Butch.
Sir Butch.
We would like also to ask Dr. Kalimeg to please join us on stage for the photo opportunities with our speakers. Okay, the APED gesture. All set to serve. Thank you so much.
Once again, our esteemed guest speakers. We have come to an end. And to formally close the 2022 APAD International Symposium, we have the President of Davao City Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated, Dr. Maria Lourdes G. Monteverde, or Doc Malu, is a medical practitioner and a realtor. She is currently serving her third term as the president of the Davao Chamber. Aside from being the president and a member of the chamber with numerous achievements, she also held a variety of roles in both the medical and real estate landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Maria Lourdes G. Monteverde.
Thank you. Good noon, everyone. I'm really so sorry for not being present with you today. I just came from a European trip, and sadly, after the trip, I got sick. So I want to rest now. So to the president of APAD Philippines, my good friend, Mr. Gilbert Albero, to the chairperson of APAD, Dr. Kwashi Kwamrusama, to the president of PDRF, Mr. Rene S. Meli, to the keynote speaker, my very good friend, Dr. Maria Minerva Kalimag of the Philippine Medical Association, to the Deputy Administrator for Operations, ASEC Bernardo Rafaelito Alejandro IV, to the Embassy of Japan and the Ambassador of Japan in Manila, to the distinguished guests, participants, friends, and colleagues whom I saw a little bit earlier while you were having the discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, good noon. Events of natural disasters are really on the rise, and Asia is one of the most affected regions. These disasters do not only disrupt people's lives and directly affect the disaster hit areas, but they also jeopardize the entire society and economy of the country. Disasters in developing countries aggravate poverty and are obstacles to achieving sustainable development. Today, we look at this event as an indicator that we found a niche that disaster reduction is a must for sustainable development. Many of us know that sharing experiences and knowledge of disaster cases and networking of various expertise is indispensable in effective disaster reduction. Before we had the World Trade Center catastrophe or the 9/11 scenario, and personally having met and admired Dr. Susan Briggs, a trauma surgeon who led the incident disaster command center of the WTC. And then now came the other disastrous events, from climate change, the hunger pandemic, to terroristic activities that challenge every recovery scenarios that we have. And the most recent, the COVID-19 pandemic and its evolving bio and scientific warfares, including the most recent Ukraine-Russia conflicts. And now the heat wave also, which has affected the whole of Europe. What we have witnessed here today is a real life scenario that really happens in every corner of the world. We have experienced different kinds of disasters and even pandemic. These have challenged our resiliency during the disaster and COVID-19 on how we are going to respond. That is why, with the initiative of APAD and the Embassy of Japan, and with the collaboration of different partners, such as the Chambers of Commerce, this would be a great avenue to be prepared and be ready for the disaster, as APAD's main purpose is to deliver effective and efficient disaster assistance through disaster preparedness, risk reduction, relief, and recovery. On behalf of the Board of Trustees of Metro Davao Chamber of Commerce and Industry, formerly known as the Davao City Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated, as the premier organization of the business community of the City of Davao, we congratulate APAD and its partner organizations, and to all those who share their best practices on multi-stakeholder collaboration on disaster risk management and emergency response during the COVID-19 pandemic from APAD Korea, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and the Philippines. To our partners and also to the Embassy of Japan, congratulations everyone for this very successful event. Once again, good noon, madayaw, ug daghang salamat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc Malu. And now, before we will end this program, we want to capture this momentous event, so we will have another photo opportunity with our guest per region. So we will begin with Ilocos region. Please come up here on stage, our guest and
okay.
the Ilocos region.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Ma'am Trixie, but since we don't have the luxury of time, we might probably as well have an island-wide
Per island, all
per
right.
island photo opportunity. So may we request participants from Luzon to be on stage together with our esteemed guests and dignitaries for this year's symposium. Again, may we request all participants
right.
from Luzon.
Come
and
on,
of course,
Luzon delegates.
yeah, and then the guests to be on stage. Of course, we will join them, Ma'am Trixie. Yes. Bye-bye. Yeah, if you would like to, sit in front, it's okay. Join us. Participants from Visayas, please get ready, as well as participants or delegates from Mindanao. So, Yes, ma'am. Okay, may we request all the guests to please be with us for the photo opportunity.
Yes, boss, Sir
Sir?
Miyahara.
Please join us,
Please
sir.
join us here.
And ma'am, please also join us from Korea. Please also join us. Okay, I guess we are all set. You just have to get some. Okay, for the photo opportunity, may we remove our mask for the moment? Just for the photo opportunity. Ma'am Chris, join us. Ma'am Chris, join us. Okay, wait. So we will wait for Ma'am Chikai, Ma'am Chris, Ma'am Tess, and all other APOD later. Okay, thank you very much. And now, may I call on the delegates from Visayas? Of course, the guest, our esteemed guest, please do remain on stage. May we call all the participants from the Visayas?
So to our delegates from the island of Visayas. Compress, please, to our dignitaries and to our delegates. Our participants from Mindanao, please get ready. Closer. All right. Show us your best smiles. Okay, 3, 2, 1, smile. One more. No more jump shot. All right, thank you so much. Our participants from Visayas. One more
Okay,
time.
one more.
I think one more time
Well, last one is from the
for
island
our
of Mindanao.
delegates.
Wow, Mindanao.
Mindanao.
Okay. Oh. Then the last group who will be having photo opportunity will be the APAD staff with the volunteers. And of course with the guests.
All right,
The
one
one
Mindanao
Mindanao.
sign. Smile to the camera.
Sa atin, sa Luzon. Sa Luzon sa atin.
Oh, last one more. One more photo, please. Yes.
Okay, and of course,
Of
the
course.
the team behind the
We will not
success
forget them, of
of
course.
the International Symposium. We have the APAD, Philippines staff, and of
And
course,
volunteers.
Yeah, we only have 3 islands, major islands.
Miss Rachel.
Please join them.
Ma'am Tessa.
Ma'am, please join them.
Paging our APAD staff and volunteers.
Miss Tessa.
Miss
Please join
Tessa.
them, Miss Tessa. Paulit-ulit.
All
Of
right.
course. The BOT, the APOD BOT. Okay.
Our APAD family.
So while they are actually having a photo opportunity, I would like to ask everybody to please give them a round of applause. The prime
Yes.
movers of APOD Philippines.
Thank you for making this international symposium possible.
Kamsahamnida. Zishi.
Salamat po. Thank you so much to our delegates from the different parts of the country and of course to our APAD family. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us today. Let us keep in mind that by working together, we can save more lives in less time. This has been your host for today. My name is Dimson.
And I am Trixie.
And we bid you a good day.
Thank you so
everyone.
much and congratulations.
Have a lovely day, everyone. Oh, the 2 of us.
Yes, photo op.